Hi everybody and welcome to my course on Korean for Absolute Beginners. My name is Ki-hwan Kim, Kim Ki-hwan, and I'm going to be your instructor on this course. I've been a language teaching professional for over 10 years with background in linguistics, and for the last 3 years I have been creating language learning content online, and part of that time was also spent at BBC Learning English creating English language learning content for learners in Korea. Now, as the title of the course would suggest, this course is for absolute beginners, meaning that it's ideally suited to those who are starting to learn Korean for the first time. And for anyone learning Korean for the first time, the first thing they have to do is to learn to read Hangul. Therefore, we'll look at how the Korean alphabet, known as Hangul, is written into syllable blocks. And I'll then guide you through all the consonants and vowels in Hangul. The lessons are designed to be interactive. So rather than just sitting there and listening to me talking, I want you to take part, at times by listening and repeating after me, and at other times having a go at reading by yourself and then listening to me to see whether you've read correctly. We'll also show you how to write Hangul, and you can download writing practice sheets to have a go at writing Hangul by yourself. By the end of this course, the aim is for you to completely master every aspect of Hangul, so that you're ready to pick up a book and start reading, though don't expect to understand everything just yet. Now, this course won't just end with mastering how to read Hangul. Once Hangul is mastered, we'll then guide you through the basics of Korean language. We'll look at the sentence structure of Korean and understand the basic differences between Korean and English. We'll explain what honorific language in Korean is and its importance when speaking to Koreans. Finally, we're going to learn the use of the be verb in Korean and begin to form basic sentences. So if you want a step-by-step approach to learning Hangul and the basics of Korean sentences, then join this course. I'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. Hi there, so this video is all about the Korean alphabet, which is called Hangul. Hangul was created in the 15th century by Sejong Daewang. Sejong is the king's name, Dae means great, and Wang means king, hence the name Sejong Daewang. Now, if you ever get a chance to visit Seoul, you'll see a great big gold statue of Sejong Daewang near Gyeongbok Palace. Now, linguistically, Hangul is a relatively new writing system, but spoken Korean has existed for thousands of years before. Prior to Hangul, Koreans used Chinese characters for reading and writing. But Chinese characters are based on meaning rather than sound. So you can learn to read one character, but that only means you've mastered one character, and you have to learn thousands more to be able to read Chinese proficiently. As a result, illiteracy was common in Korea, and that's why Sejong Daewang created Hangul, an alphabet system based on sound rather than meaning to enable Koreans to be able to read. The announcement of Hangul's creation was published in a document titled Hunmin Jeongum, the proper sounds of the education of the people. And the date of its publication, October 9th, is Hangul-날, Hangul Day in Korea. And this day is a public holiday, so Koreans have more than one reason to be thankful to King Sejong. Okay, so I think that's enough history lesson. Now, the important thing I want to tell you is that Hangul is relatively easy to learn because, similar to the Roman alphabet, it's made up of consonants and vowels. In Korean, there are 19 consonant letters and 21 vowel letters. Now, in terms of actual number of letters, Hangul has more than English, as English has 21 consonants and 5 vowels. However, the two languages are very similar in terms of the number of consonant and vowel sounds, as Korean generally has the same number of sounds as the letters in Hangul, and English has 24 consonant sounds and 20 vowel sounds. So to read Korean, you have to learn the consonant and vowel letters, and then learn to combine them to make the proper sounds. Being able to read is an advantage when trying to learn a language, as once you can start reading, you can find any Korean text and start reading, and this will help you to develop vocabulary knowledge more quickly. Therefore, as you begin your journey to learn Korean, we want to help you develop your reading skills first, as this will help you to develop more quickly in the future. Great. Before we start learning how to read Korean, in the next lesson, we'll look at how Korean syllables are formed. I'll see you in that lesson. Bye-bye. Hi, and welcome to the lecture on Korean syllable formation. Now, Korean is what we call a syllabic timed language, as opposed to English, which is called a stress timed language. In English, within a word with many syllables, we place greater emphasis on certain syllables. And these syllables with greater emphasis are called strong sounds, and the less emphasized syllables are called weak sounds. The emphasis on strong sounds is called stress, hence the name stress time language. Take a look at this sentence. This is a problem. This is a problem. When we say this sentence, we put more emphasis on the word this and the first syllable of problem. And other words and syllables become weak sounds. So we say, this is a problem. This is a problem. However, Korean language puts more or less equal emphasis on every syllable. There is no strong sound or weak sound in Korean. And this aspect of pronunciation is perhaps the single biggest difference between Korean and English. And this difference is also reflected in the way Hangul is written. Hangul is written in blocks of syllables. Each block contains a combination of consonants and vowels. The basic construct of Korean syllables is a consonant and a vowel combination, a CV combination. Here's an example. Ka, ka. This syllable is made up of the consonant letter ki역 and the vowel sound a. So together, this syllable is read ka, ka. In ka, the vowel letter a is positioned next to the consonant. However, in some syllables, the vowel letters can be positioned below the consonant letter. Here's an example. 구, 구. This syllable is made up of the consonant letter 기역 and the vowel sound u. So this syllable is 구, 구. Vowels that have a horizontal bar are always positioned below the consonant, whereas vertical vowels, such as a, are positioned next to the consonant. Now, one other important difference to note is that unlike English syllables, which can begin with a vowel letter, such as ant or ear, Korean syllables must begin with a consonant letter. So do keep that in mind. Now, Korean syllables can also have a CVC combination, a consonant-vowel-consonant combination. Here's an example. 감, 감. Here we have the consonant letter 기역, the vowel letter a, and a consonant letter 미음. When we have a CVC combination, the final consonant letter is always positioned at the bottom of the syllable. So everything has to be squeezed in a little to fit them in a syllable block. This final consonant letter is called 받침, 받침, which literally translates to support. 받침 is a really important concept in Korean, as it can dictate which particles are used with certain nouns, and it's also related to the pronunciation of Korean. Finally, we can also have a CVCC combination, a consonant, vowel, consonant, and consonant combination. And the final CC part is called 겹받침, and it translates to layered support. In Korean, there are altogether 11 types of 겹받침, and 겹받침 are always made up of two different consonants. Now, the important thing to note with 겹받침 is that we only pronounce one of the two consonants in the 겹받침. For example, this word is made up of the consonant 디귿, the vowel a, and the 겹받침 리을 기역. And 리을 is similar to the English L, and 기역 is similar to the English G. But when we read this word, 리을 is silent, and we only pronounce the 기역. So this is read 닭, 닭. In the old days, when Korean was first created, rather than sounding out one consonant only, these 겹받침 were a blend of the two consonants. But in modern Korean, we only read one consonant. So in these 8 겹받침, we read the first consonant, and in these 3 겹받침, we read the second consonant. Now, in the next unit, we will start learning all the different letters in Hangul, but I think it's good to have an overview of how Korean syllables are formed before then. In the next lecture, we will take a look at how Hangul is written. See you soon again. Bye-bye. Hi there, and welcome to the video on how to write Hangul. Now, the basic concept of writing Hangul is that every writing stroke has to go from either left to right or top to bottom. And what that means is that no stroke can ever go from right to left or bottom to top. So the starting point of any stroke is the most top left point of a letter, or wherever it is that allows you to follow the principles of left to right and top to bottom. So here's how you write tigut. As you can see, we first write left to right. Then in one stroke, we go top to bottom and then left to right. Now, wherever possible, mostly for efficiency reasons, we would complete the lines in one stroke, as long as we're following the principles of left to right and top to bottom. Let's look at another example. This time it's liel. Now, obviously this one has more lines than before. But again, we start from the top left point and we go left to right and then top to bottom in one stroke. And we can do that because we're following the principles of left to right and top to bottom. Then as you can see, we come back to the left again so that we can go from left to right in a single stroke. And since we can't continue the stroke from this point, we come to where the stroke began, and the third stroke moves from top to bottom and then left to right in one stroke to complete the consonant. Again, the important aspect of this is that we're continuously following the principles of left to right and top to bottom. Let's look at some vowels. First, we have the vowel a. This is fairly simple. We go top to bottom, and as we can't continue the stroke, we come back to the middle point and complete the vowel with another stroke, this time left to right. Let's look at a slightly more complex vowel. This vowel is wa. We still follow the same principle, but we begin with this stroke from top to bottom. Then we come back to this point and make the second stroke left to right. Then we go to the top to bottom here, and the fourth stroke completes this vowel with a left to right. And again, just to reiterate, the key to writing Hangul is that every stroke goes from left to right and top to bottom. The principles of left to right and top to bottom is something every Korean learns when they start to learn Hangul. And in all of our video lessons on consonants and vowels, there are short video clips showing you how to write all the letters. And there are also writing worksheets which you can download and practice writing Hangul by yourself. Okay, so the next lesson is our first lesson on learning Hangul. And we'll begin with consonants. I'll see you in that lesson. Bye-bye. Hi everyone, so before we get into the actual lessons on learning about Hangul, I wanted to explain a little bit about Korean pronunciation. Now, the major aim of this course is for you to learn the Hangul letters so that you can start reading Hangul, which ultimately will help you to learn Korean more quickly. And in order to learn the Hangul letters, I'll point out a Roman alphabet letter that produces a similar sound to the Hangul letter so that we can make that connection and learn the letters quickly. However, there is a slight problem with this because ultimately Korean consonants don't match up well with consonants in the Roman alphabet. So I'm going to explain why they don't match up well so that you have a better idea of how Korean consonant sounds are produced, and also so that you're not confused when I say this sounds like this in English, but then it sounds a little different. Okay, so to better understand the differences in the sounds of consonants in Hangul and the Roman alphabet, we need to understand two very important concepts related to how the sounds are produced. One is the concept of voiced and voiceless consonants, and the other is whether a consonant sound is an aspirated sound or an unaspirated sound. Now, when a consonant sound is voiced, it means that the sound is produced by vibrating the vocal cords. And this also means that a voiceless consonant sound is produced without vibrating vocal cords. So in English, these are the voiced consonants, and these are the voiceless consonants. Quite often, to find out whether a consonant is voiced or voiceless, if you put your hand on your throat and make a voiced consonant sound, you should feel some vibration. Whereas for voiceless consonants, there is no vibration. Let's try that together. Let's try to say the voiced TH sound. It's And now let's try to say the voiceless TH sound. Can you feel the contrast? So it's Now, the second important concept is whether a consonant sound is an aspirated sound or an unaspirated sound. An aspirated consonant sound is produced with a burst of air coming out of your mouth. A typical example of this is the K sound in English. When you say K, k, just before the sound is produced, you should feel air pressure build up as your tongue blocks the air passing through. And the K sound is produced when your tongue makes way for the air to pass through. This blocking of air can happen with the tongue, as in the K sound, but it can also happen with your lips, such as it does for the P sound. P, P. Now, one thing to note is that in general, it's difficult to make a distinction between aspirated sounds and unaspirated sounds, because most sounds are aspirated. The question is more to do with whether a sound is heavily aspirated or very lightly aspirated. In English, the sounds most commonly associated with being aspirated sounds are H, P, T, and K. So we now have good awareness of the two very important concepts related to how the consonant sounds are produced. Now the big question is, how are Korean consonant sounds different from English consonant sounds? Let's find out. To understand why and how Korean consonants are different from English consonants, let's do a comparison of the English letters G and K and the Korean consonant letters Kiok and Kiuk. Now, if we put G and K in a range of aspiration, K is a moderately aspirated sound, so we'll put it here. And G is a very lightly aspirated sound, so we'll put it here. So where do the Korean consonants go in this range? First, Kiuk is the most heavily aspirated sound of these four consonants, so it goes here. And Kiuk is mildly aspirated consonant, so we'll put it between G and K. So as you can see, all four consonants are aspirated differently. Also, the only voiced consonant is the G sound in English. Listen to me saying these four consonants and see if you can hear the difference. Ga, ga, ka, 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 ka. Okay, so were you able to tell the difference? Now, because the G sound is a voiced consonant, it means that the sound is produced with vocal cord vibration. So therefore the sound comes more deep within the throat. And because Kiok sound is moderately aspirated, it has a slight hint of the K sound as well as the G sound. Lastly, the distinction between K and Kiuk are mild, but you should feel extra burst of air when you say the Kiuk sound because the release of air for the Kiuk sound is more explosive than the K sound. So in the next lesson, while we do designate the letter G as a sound that's similar to the Kiok sound in Hangul, there is some difference in the way these sounds are produced. And in truth, the Kiok sound is somewhere between the G and the K sound in English. This type of comparison between English consonants and Korean consonants can be made with all the other consonant letters. And we've made a reference sheet which you can refer to check how the Korean consonant sounds are produced. So as I mentioned earlier, the major focus of this course is on learning the letters in Hangul. But I wanted to highlight the key differences in the consonant sounds in English and Korean so that you're better able to sound out the letters you're learning in this course. Okay, so that's it for this lesson. In the next lesson, we'll start learning the letters in Hangul. See you then. Bye-bye. Hi, welcome to the first lesson on learning the consonants and vowels in Hangul. As we mentioned before, Hangul has 19 consonants and 21 vowel letters. And of these, there are 14 basic consonants and 10 basic vowels. And over the next 7 lectures, we're going to focus on learning the 14 basic consonants. In this lesson, we'll focus on the first two, which are Kiok and Niun. The first consonant letter is called Kiok, and Kiok is written like this. 기억 is similar to the hard G sound in give and gap. Let's try to make the 기억 sound together. And as we do, make sure to look at the letter so that you can make the connection between the sound and the letter. 그, 그, 그. Great. Now I think it's important for us to practice combining the consonants and vowels and reading the syllables together. So that's what we're going to do. And we're going to introduce the vowel letter A. A, as you can probably tell, is similar to the A sound in bag and cat. So when we combine 기억 and A, it's 그, A, 그, A, 가, 가. Let's try to read this syllable together. And just as we did before, make sure to look at the syllable as we read the syllable so that you can make the connection between the syllable and the sound. Here we go. 가, 가. 가, 가. 가, 가. That was great. Now let's learn the second consonant, and it's ni은, and ni은 is written like this. Ni은 is basically a flipped over version of 기억, and its sound is similar to N sound in nail and snow. So it's n, n. Let's make that sound together. Repeat after me. N, n, n. Okay, so similar to the previous practice, we'll combine ni은 and the vowel sound a. So it's n, a, n, a, na, na. Repeat after me. Na, na. Na, na. Na, na. Excellent job. Now let's read the two syllables together. Repeat after me. 가나, 가나. 가나, 가나. 가나, 가나. You're doing really well. Well done. Okay, so in this final practice, you're going to do some independent reading. You're going to read two syllables containing 기억 and ni은, and you're going to go first, and then you can listen to me reading them to see whether you've read them correctly. Let's go straight into it. Here we go. 가나, 가나. 나가, 나가. 가가, 가가. 가나, 가나. 나나, 나나. 나가, 나가. That was fantastic. Well done. Okay, great. So in this lesson, we've learned two consonants, 기억 and ni은, and we practice reading them by combining with the vowel sound a. In the next lecture, we'll learn two more consonants, so I'll see you then. Bye for now. Hi, welcome back. And this is the second lecture on learning the basic consonants, and we're going to focus on 디귿 and 리을. The first consonant letter is tigut, and it kind of looks like a square with one of its sides missing. Tigut is written like this. Tigut is similar to the D sound in English in day and doctor. So it's d, d. Let's say that together. Repeat after me and make sure to look at the letter as you make the sound. D, d, d. Okay, so similar to the previous lesson, we're going to combine tigut and the vowel sound R and practice reading the syllables. So when we combine tigut and R, it's d, a, d, a, da, da. Let's read that together. Repeat after me. Ta, ta. Ta, ta. Ta, ta. That was great. The second consonant for this lesson is lil, and lil is written like this. Lil is similar to the L sound in lie and snow, so it's l, l. Let's make this sound together. Repeat after me and make sure to look at the consonant letter. L, l, l. Great. So let's do a similar practice. Let's combine lil and the vowel sound a. So it's l, a, l, a, la, la. Repeat after me. La, la. La, la. La, la. That's fantastic. Let's read both syllables together. Repeat after me. Ta-da, ta-da. Ta-da, ta-da. Ta-da, ta-da. That was fantastic. Well done. Okay, so this is the final practice time. Now, in this final practice, we're going to do two independent reading practice. In the first one, we'll practice reading the consonants that we've learned in this lesson. And in the second one, we'll bring back the first two consonants that we learned in the previous lesson and practice everything together. Okay, so let's do the first independent reading practice on tigut and lil.
타다, 타다. 라다, 라다. 타다, 타다. 라다, 라다. 타다, 타다. 타다, 타다.
That was fantastic. Well done. Now, before we get into the second independent reading practice, let's bring back the first two consonants we learned with the vowel letter R and do a couple of listen and repeat practices as a warm-up. Here we go. Kana, kana. Kana, kana. That was fantastic. Now let's move on to the second independent reading practice. We're going to practice reading all 4 syllables together, but we're going to mix them around. So it is going to be a little bit tricky, but let's give it a go. Here we go, let's start.
가다, 가다. 라나, 라나. 가라, 가라. 다나, 다나. 라다, 라다. 나가, 나가.
That was fantastic. Well done. Okay, so in this lesson, we learned 2 more basic consonants, which were 디귿 and 리을, and we practiced reading them in syllable forms. So now you can read 4 basic consonants. Let's continue and learn 2 more basic consonants in the next lesson. See you then. Bye for now. Hi, welcome to the 3rd lecture on learning the basic consonants in Hangul. In this lecture, we're going to learn 2 more basic consonants, and they are 미음 and 비읍. The first consonant letter we're going to learn is 미음, and 미음 is written like this. 미음 is really easy to remember because it just looks like a square block. 미음 is similar to the M sound in English, so it's similar to may and remind. So it's m, m. Let's make that sound together. Repeat after me. M, m, m. That was fantastic. Now, just like in the previous lessons, we're going to combine the consonant letters with the vowel letter R. So it's m, a, m, a, ma, ma. Let's read that together. Repeat after me. Ma, ma. Ma, ma. Ma, ma. That was brilliant. Well done. The second consonant letter in this lesson is 비읍, and 비읍 is written like this. Now, 비읍 is also kind of easy to remember because it looks like a bunny. I don't know whether you can see the resemblance. And the fact that it resembles a bunny is helpful because 비읍 is similar to the B sound in English, as in by and bunny. So it's b, b. Let's make that sound together. Repeat after me. B, b, b. That was great. Now let's combine 비읍 and the vowel letter R. So it's b, a, b, a, pa, pa. Let's read that together. Pa, pa. Pa, pa. Pa, pa. Excellent job. Now let's read both syllables together. Repeat after me. 마바, 마바. 마바, 마바. 마바, 마바. That was fantastic. Well done. Okay, so this is the final practice time. And similar to the previous lesson, we're going to do 2 independent reading practice. The first one on the consonants that we're learning in this lesson, and the second one, a collective practice with all the consonants that we learned in the previous lessons. So let's do the first practice first. Remember that in this practice, you're going to try reading the 2 syllable combinations by yourself first, and then you can listen to me reading them to see whether you've read them correctly. Let's begin.
마바, 마바. 파마, 파마. 마마, 마마. 바바, 바바. 마바, 마바. 파마, 파마.
That was great. Now, before we get into the second independent reading practice, let's do another warm up and do some listen and repeat of the consonant letters that we learned in the previous 2 lectures. Listen and repeat after me. 가나, 가나. 달아, 달아. 가나, 가나. 달아, 달아. Great, let's try reading all 6 syllables together. Try reading them by yourself first and then listen to me reading them and check whether you've read them correctly. Let's begin.
마라, 마라. 가바, 가바. 나다, 나다. 많아, 많아. 라바, 라바. 다가, 다가.
Fantastic job, well done. So in today's lesson, we learned 2 more basic consonants, which were 미음 and 피읍. And we practiced reading them in syllable forms using the vowel letter A. Now, we've learned 6 of the 14 basic consonants, and there are 8 more to go. So we'll learn 2 more basic consonants in the next lesson. I'll see you soon again. Bye for now. Hi there, and welcome to the 4th lesson on learning the basic consonants in Korean. In this lesson, we're going to learn 2 more basic consonants, and they are 시옷 and 이응. The first consonant is 시옷, and it's written like this. 시옷 is traditionally written with 1 longer stroke and a shorter stroke supporting the other. But in modern Korean, a lot of people, and also word processors like Word, will show fonts where it looks like a triangle without a base. 시옷 is similar to the S or the SH sound in smile or shower. It sounds like S, S. Let's make that sound. Repeat after me. S, S, S. Great, same as before, we'll combine 시옷 and the vowel letter R and practice reading the syllable. So it's S, A, S, A, 사, 사. Repeat after me. 사, 사. 사, 사. 사, 사. Fantastic job. Well done. The eighth consonant that we're going to learn is iung, and iung is written like this. Iung is a unique consonant in Korean, and a lot of textbooks call this the nothing sound or the placeholder. And the reason why we have iung in Korean is that Korean syllables cannot be written with a vowel letter. In English, words can begin with a vowel letter, so we can have words like air and end. However, Korean syllables must begin with a consonant letter. So if we were to write the word air phonetically in Korean, we would write air, 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 air. And as you can see, each syllable begins with a consonant letter iung as a placeholder. Okay, so we're going to practice reading iung, but since iung doesn't have a sound, we're going to combine it with a vowel letter r and practice reading the syllable straight away. So it's ah, ah. Repeat after me. Ah, ah. Ah, ah. Ah, ah. That was great. Now let's practice reading two syllables together, which contain the consonants 시옷 and 이응. 사아, 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 사아. Fantastic job. Well done. In this final practice, we're going to do two independent reading practices. The first one on the consonants that we've learned in this lesson, and the second one on all the consonants that we've learned so far. So we're going to do the first one, but remember that this is an independent reading practice. So you're going to have to read first and then listen to me reading them. Let's begin. You can do it.
사아, 사아. 아사, 아사. 사사, 사사. 아아, 아아. 사아, 사아. 아사, 아사.
Fantastic job. Now, before we move on to the second independent reading practice, let's do a little listen and repeat practice with the 6 consonants that we've learned so far. Listen and repeat after me. 가나, 가나. 달아, 달아. 마바, 마바. 가나, 가나. 달아, 달아. 마바, 마바. That was great. Now we're going to do the second independent reading practice, but remember, you're going to practice reading 8 consonants together. So it is going to be a little bit tricky, but I'm sure you can do it. Let's give it a go.
가사, 가사. 아나, 아나. 라다, 라다. 바사, 바사. 마아, 마아. 나사, 나사.
Excellent job, well done. That was really tricky, but you did really well. So in today's lesson, we learned two more basic consonants, which are 시옷 and 이응. And we practice reading them in syllable forms by combining them with the vowel letter R. Now, before we move on to learning another two basic consonants, we have a review lesson coming up on the 8 consonants that we've learned so far. So I'll see you then. Bye for now. Hi there, welcome to the review lesson on the 8 basic consonants that we've covered so far. Let's go straight into it. Okay, let's review the first 4 basic consonants, which were 기역, 니은, 디귿, and 리을. We're going to combine these consonants with the vowel letter R and practice reading them in syllable forms. Let's do some listen and repeat practice first. Here we go. 가나, 가나. 달아, 달아. 가나, 가나. 달아, 달아. Okay, now let's do some independent reading practice on these 4 basic consonants. Try reading the 2 syllable combinations by yourself and then listen to me reading them. Let's begin.
가나, 가나. 달아, 달아. 나다, 나다. 라가, 라가. 가다, 가다. 라나, 라나.
That was fantastic. Well done. Okay, next review the next 4 basic consonants, which are 미음, 비읍, 시옷, and 이응. Again, we're going to combine these consonants with the vowel letter R and do listen and repeat practice first. Let's begin. 마바, 마바. 사아, 사아. 마바, 마바. 사아, 사아. Great, now let's do some independent reading practice. Try reading the 2 syllable combinations by yourself and then listen to me reading them. Here we go.
마바, 마바. 사아, 사아. 아바, 아바. 마사, 마사. 아마, 아마. 사바, 사바.
That was fantastic. Well done. So in this final practice, we're going to review all 8 consonants together, and there are going to be 2 independent reading practices. The first one is a 2 syllable combination reading practice, and the second one, which will be quite tricky, is a 3 syllable combination reading practice. So let's get straight into the first one. Try reading the 2 syllable combinations and then listen to me reading them. Let's begin.
가나, 가나. 다사, 다사. 마라, 마라. 아바, 아바. 사마, 사마. 아나, 아나.
That was fantastic, well done. Now let's try a 3-syllable combination reading practice. This is going to be a little bit tricky, so the first 2 lines are going to be listen and repeat practice, and the remaining 6 will be independent reading practice. Are you ready? Let's begin. 가나다, 가나다. 라아사, 라아사.
마나바, 마나바. 라다사, 라다사. 바가마, 바가마. 나가라, 나가라. 마아타, 마아타. 라바사, 라바사.
Great effort on doing that. Fantastic, well done. It's always good to do a review of everything we're learning because it helps us to remember things in the long run. And as we continue learning Hangul in this course, we will revisit the consonants and vowels throughout the course, so there will be more practice of everything we're learning. But for now, let's move on and continue learning the basic consonants in Hangul. I'll see you soon again. Bye for now. Hello there, and welcome to another lesson on learning the basic consonants in Korean. In this lesson, we're going to learn 2 more basic consonants, and they are 지읒 and 치읒. The first consonant that we're going to learn is 지읒, and 치읒 is written like this. 지읒 is quite similar to 시옷, but it's got a flat hat on top of 시옷. Its sound is similar to J in juice and job. So it's j, j. Let's practice making that sound. Repeat after me. j, j, j. That was great. Now let's combine 치읒 with the vowel letter R and practice reading 치읒 in a syllable form. So it's ch, a, ch, a, cha, cha. Repeat after me. cha, cha. cha, cha. cha, cha. That was fantastic. Well done. Now let's learn the second consonant in this lesson, and it's 치읒. 치읒 is written like this. 치읒 looks a lot like 치읒, except that it's got a little stick on top of it. So you should be able to remember this one quite easily. Now, as its name would suggest, 치읒 makes a CH sound in child or tree. Let's make that sound together. So it's ch, ch. Repeat after me. ch, ch, ch. Great. Now let's combine 치읒 with the vowel letter R. So it's ch, a, ch, a, cha, cha. Repeat after me. cha, cha. 차, 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 차. That was fantastic. Now let's practice reading both syllables from this lesson together. Repeat after me. 차, 차. 차, 차. 차, 차. Excellent job. Well done. Okay, so in this final practice, we're going to do one independent reading practice on the consonants 치읓 and 치읓. Have a go at reading the two syllable combinations by yourself and then listen to me reading them. Let's begin.
차차, 차차. 찾아, 찾아. 찾아, 찾아. 차차, 차차. 찾아, 찾아. 차차, 차차.
That was fantastic. Well done. So in this lesson, we learned two more basic consonants, and they were 치읓 and 치읓. And we practiced reading them in syllable forms with the vowel letter R. Now we have four more basic consonants to go, and in the next lesson, we'll learn two more, which are 키읔 and 티읕. And I'll see you in that lesson. Bye for now. Hi there, welcome to another lesson on learning the basic consonants in Hangul. In this lesson, we're going to learn two more basic consonants, and they are 키읔 and 티읕. The first consonant is 키읔, and 키읔 is written like this. 키읔 looks a lot like 키역, but it has an extra dash in the middle. Its sound is similar to K in kick and koala, so it's k, k. Let's practice saying that. Repeat after me. K, k, k. Great. Let's combine 키읔 and the vowel R, so it's k, a, k, a, ka, ka. Repeat after me. Ka, ka. Ka, ka. Ka, ka. That was great. Well done. The second consonant we're going to learn is 티읕. 티읕 is written like this. 티읕 looks a lot like 티귿, but like 키읔, it has an extra dash in the middle. 티읕 sound is similar to T in table and meter, so it's t, t. Let's practice making that sound. Repeat after me. T, t, t. Great. Let's combine 티읕 with the vowel R, so it's t, a, t, a, ta, ta. Repeat after me. Ta, ta. Ta, ta. Ta, ta. Fantastic job. Now let's practice with both syllables containing the consonants we're learning. Repeat after me. Kata, 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 kata. That was fantastic. Well done. Okay, so it's final practice time. We're going to do 2 independent reading practices. The first one is on the consonants that we learned in this lesson, and the second one will be a combined practice with the consonants that we learned in the previous lesson. Remember, this is an independent reading practice, so you're going to try reading by yourself first and then listen to me reading them. Let's begin with the first one.
Kata, kata. Taka, taka. Kaka, kaka. Taka, taka. Tata, tata. Kata, kata.
That was great. Now, before we move on to the second independent reading practice, let's do a listen and repeat practice of the consonants that we learned in the previous lesson, which were chiut and chiut. Repeat after me. Cha, 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 cha. Cha, 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 cha. That was great. Let's go straight into the second independent reading practice. Try reading the lines by yourself first, and then listen to me reading the lines. Here we go.
가자, 가자. 차 타, 차 타. 타자, 타자. 카차, 카차. 자카, 자카. 타차, 타차.
That was fantastic. Well done again. So in this lesson, we learned 2 more basic consonants, which were kiuk and tiut. And we practiced reading them in syllable forms with the vowel letter R. The next lesson is the final lesson on learning the basic consonants in Korean, and we're going to learn piup and hyung. So I'll see you soon again. Bye-bye. Hi there, welcome back, and this is the final lesson on learning the basic consonants in Korean. In this lesson, we're going to learn piup and hyut. The first consonant we're going to learn is piup. Piup is written like this. A simple way to remember piup is to imagine a ladder that's been flipped around sideways. Now, piup is similar to P in pie and lapel, so it's pa, pa. Let's make that sound. Repeat after me. Pa, pa, pa. That was great. Now let's combine piup and the vowel letter R. So it's p, a, p, a, pa, pa. Repeat after me. Pa, pa. Pa, pa. Pa, pa. That was fantastic. Well done. The second consonant we're going to learn is hiet, and hiet is written like this. Now the easiest way to remember hiet is to imagine an iung with a hat on. That normally helps to remember hiet. Hiet is similar to H in hat and house. So it's h, h. Repeat after me. H, h, h. That was great. Now let's combine hiet with the vowel letter R. So it's h, a, h, a, ha, ha. Repeat after me. Ha, ha. Ha, ha. Ha, ha. That was great. Now let's practice reading the syllables containing the consonants that we've been learning in this lesson. Repeat after me. Pa, ha, pa, ha. Pa, ha, pa, ha. Pa, ha, pa, ha. Fantastic job. Well done. Okay, so it's final practice time. And in this final practice, we're going to do 2 independent reading practices. The first one on the consonants that we learned in this lesson. And the second one by bringing back the consonants from the previous 2 lessons and doing a combined practice. Let's get into the first one. This is an independent reading practice, so you go first and then listen to me reading them. Let's begin.
파하, 파하. 하파, 하파. 하하, 하하. 파파, 파파. 하파, 하파. 파하, 파하.
That was great. Well done. Now, before we move on to the second independent reading practice, let's do a listen and repeat practice of the 4 consonants from the previous 2 lessons. This is a listen and repeat, so let's begin. Cha, 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 cha. Ka, ta, ka, ta. Cha, 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 cha. Ka, ta, ka, ta. That was great. Now this is the second independent reading practice on the 6 basic consonants from the previous 3 lessons. Try reading the lines by yourself first and then listen to me reading them. Let's begin.
자카, 자카. 타하, 타하. 파차, 파차. 카타, 카타. 하파, 하파. 찾아, 찾아.
You did really well today. Well done. In this lesson, we learned the last 2 basic consonants, piep and hiet, and we practiced reading them in syllable forms by combining them with the vowel letter R. Now that's it for the basic consonants. But before we move on to the vowels, let's do a review of the 6 basic consonants that we've been learning since the previous review lesson. I'll see you in that lesson. Bye for now. Hi there and welcome to the review lesson. Now in this lesson, we're going to review 6 basic consonants, and they are chiet, chiet, kiek, tiet, and piep and hiet. Let's get into it. The first pair of consonants that we're going to review are chiet and chiet. Let's combine these consonants with the vowel letter R and do some listen and repeat practice first. Here we go. Cha cha, cha cha. Cha cha, cha cha. Cha cha, cha cha. Okay, now let's do an independent reading practice. Try reading the lines by yourself first and then listen to me reading them to see whether you've read them correctly. Let's begin.
cha cha, cha cha. 찾아, 찾아. 차차, 차차. 차차, 차차.
Great job, well done. The second pair of consonants that we're going to review are kiek and tiet. And as before, let's combine these consonants with the vowel letter R and do a listen and repeat practice. Let's begin. Kata, kata. Kata, kata. Kata, kata. Great! Now let's do an independent reading practice of these syllables containing the consonants kiek and tiet. Try to read the lines by yourself first and then listen to me reading them.
카타, 카타. 타카, 타카. 카카, 카카. 카타, 카타.
Fantastic job, well done. Okay, so these are the last pair of consonants that we're going to review, which we learned in the previous lesson, so it shouldn't be that difficult. These consonants are piep and hiet. Now let's first begin with a listen and repeat practice by combining them with the vowel letter R. Here we go. Paha, paha. Paha, paha. Paha, paha. That was great. As we did with other consonants, let's now do an independent reading practice. Read the lines by yourself first and then listen to me reading them to check whether you've read them correctly. Let's begin.
파하, 파하. 하파, 하파. 파파, 파파. 하파, 하파.
Fantastic job. Well done. In this final practice, we're going to do 2 independent reading practices. The first one is a 2-syllable combination reading practice, and the second one, which will be a little bit tricky, a 3-syllable reading combination. Let's begin with the first one. Here we go.
차카, 차카. 타하, 타하. 파차, 파차. 하자, 하자. 차타, 차타. 카파, 카파.
That was fantastic, well done. Now the second independent reading practice is going to be a little bit tricky. It's a 3-syllable combination reading practice. But have a go at reading the lines by yourself first, and then listen to me to see whether you've read them correctly. Let's begin.
하파차, 하파차. 자카타, 자카타. 타파자, 타파자. 차하카, 차하카. 파차하, 파차하. 카자파, 카자파.
Great job. It's difficult reading 3-syllable combinations, but you did really well. So that's it. We've finished learning 14 basic consonants in Korean. As you progress through the course, there will be many more opportunities for you to practice what you have learned so far. But for now, let's move on and start learning vowels in Korean. See you soon again. Bye for now. Hello and welcome to the first lesson on learning vowels in Hangul. Now in Hangul, there are 21 vowel letters. It's quite a lot when you compare it to only 5 in English. But remember that English also has 20 vowel sounds. It's just that in English, the 5 vowel letters can represent different sounds, such as put and shut, and they can also be combined to form different vowel sounds, such as pear or feet. But in Korean, each vowel letter generally represents a single vowel sound, so pronunciation is a little easier, though there is quite a lot to remember. Now first, we're going to focus on the 6 basic vowels and their 5 Y-glide variety. Now you might be wondering, what is a Y-glide variety? But don't worry about that for now, because we're going to explain all this shortly. In this first lesson, we're going to learn the vowel letter A, which you've seen many times already, and its Y-glide variety, Ya. Let's begin. So the first vowel letter, which we've already seen many times, is A. This is a vertical vowel, so it's always positioned next to the consonant letter. A is written like this. The vowel letter A is similar to A in cat and had, so it's A, A. Let's practice making that sound. Repeat after me. A, A, A. Great, now let's practice reading it in syllable forms. We'll begin with an easy start because the consonant letter is going to be iung. So let's combine iung and a, so it's a, a. Repeat after me. A, a. A, a. A, a. That was great. Well done. The second vowel letter is Ya, and this is called a Y glide because the sound has a Y sound. Ya is written like this. Hangul recognizes the Y sound as a vowel sound rather than a consonant sound. And to convert some of the other basic vowels into a Y glide, we add this extra dash. This dash is what makes a Y glide. And you'll see in future lessons how we convert some of the basic vowels into a Y glide by adding an extra dash. Let's practice making out this sound. So it's ya, ya. Repeat after me. Ya. 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 That was great. Now let's combine it with the consonant letter iang and reading it in syllable forms. So it's ya, ya. Repeat after me. Ya, ya. Ya, ya. Ya, ya. Now let's read both syllables containing the vowel letters a and ya. Pay close attention to the vowel letters. Repeat after me. A, ya. A, ya. A, ya. That was fantastic. Well done. As always, this is the final practice and it's an independent reading practice time. Now we're only going to do one independent reading practice, and this practice is obviously on the vowel letters that we've been learning in this lesson. So let's get straight into it. Try to read the lines by yourself first and then listen to me reading them. Let's go.
Ah, yeah. Ah, yeah. Yeah, ah. Yeah, ah. Ah, ah. Ah, ah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Ah, yeah. Ah, yeah. Yeah, ah. Yeah, ah.
Great job. Well done. So in this first lesson on learning vowels in Hangul, we learned two vowel sounds, a and its Y glide variety, ya. And we practice reading them in syllable forms using the consonant letter iang. In the next lesson, we'll learn two more vowels in Hangul, and they are o and ya. I'll see you soon again. Bye-bye. Hi there, welcome back. This is the second lesson on learning vowels in Hangul, and in this lesson we're going to focus on the vowel a and its Y glide ya. Let's begin. The first vowel is a, and a is basically a that's been flipped around. A is written like this. A is similar to U in cut and but. Let's practice making out this sound. Repeat after me. A. 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 Great. Now for syllable reading practice, we're going to combine A with the consonant letter piub. And if you recall, piub is similar to B in English. So it's B, A, B, A, pa, pa. Repeat after me. Pa, 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 pa. That's great. Well done. Okay, so let's learn the second vowel in this lesson, and it's the Y glide of A, which is ya. Ya is written like this. Now, just as we made ya from A, we add an extra dash to A to make ya. Remember that this extra dash is what makes a vowel a Y glide. Now, this ya is similar in sound to young and yummy. Let's practice making out this sound. Repeat after me. Ya. 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 Okay, that was great. Now let's combine ya with a consonant letter piup. So it's b, ya, b, ya, pyo, pyo. Repeat after me. Pyo, pyo. Pyo, pyo. Pyo, pyo. That was great. Now let's practice reading the two syllables we've been practicing, which contain the vowels o and ya. Repeat after me. 퍼벼, 퍼벼. 퍼벼, 퍼벼. 퍼벼, 퍼벼. Fantastic effort. Well done. Okay, so it's final practice time, and we're going to do two independent reading practices. The first one on the vowels we've been learning in this lesson, and the second one on the vowels we've been learning in the last two lessons. Try reading the syllables by yourself first, and then listen to me reading them. Let's begin with the first practice.
퍼벼, 퍼벼. 펴버, 펴버. 퍼버, 퍼버. 펴버, 펴버. 퍼벼, 퍼벼. 펴벼, 펴벼.
That was great. Now, before we get into the second independent practice, let's have a little warm-up, listen and repeat practice of the vowels we learned in the last lesson. Repeat after me. 아야, 아야. 아야, 아야. Okay, so now that you're warmed up, let's get into the second independent reading practice. We're going to practice the 4 vowel letters we've been learning in the last 2 lessons. Remember, this is an independent reading practice, so you go first and then listen to me. Let's begin.
퍼야, 퍼야. 아벼, 아벼. 야벼, 야벼. 벼아, 벼아. 아버, 아버. 야버, 야버.
Great work today. Well done. So in today's lesson, we learned 2 more vowels, o and ya, and we practice reading them with the consonant letter piup. Before we move on to learning horizontal vowels, let's have a review lesson of the 4 vowels we've been learning in the last 2 lessons. So I'll see you in that review lesson. Bye for now. Hi there, and welcome to the first review lesson on learning vowels in Hangul. In this review lesson, we're going to focus on the 4 vowels we learned in the last 2 lessons, and they are 아야, 어여. Let's begin. The first 2 vowels we learned were a and ya. Let's pair up these vowels with the consonant letter iung and do a listen and repeat practice. Let's begin. 아야, 아야. 아야, 아야. That was great. Now let's do an independent reading practice. Try reading the 2 syllable combinations first and then listen to me reading them. Let's start.
아야, 아야. 야아, 야아. 아아, 아아. 야야, 야야.
Great job. Well done. Okay, so the second pair of vowels we learned were R and Y. And same as before, we'll do a listen and repeat practice. And this time, we'll pair up the vowels with the consonant letter P. Are you ready? Let's begin. 법여, 법여. 법여, 법여. Okay, great. Now this time, it's going to be an independent reading practice. Try reading the syllables by yourself first, and then listen to me reading them.
법여, 법여. 펴버, 펴버. 버버, 버버. 버벼, 버벼.
Good job. Well done. Okay, so you're doing really well. Now, in this final practice, we're going to do two independent reading practices. The first one on reading 2-syllable combinations, and the second one, we'll try reading 3-syllable combinations. Let's begin with the first one. Are you ready? Let's start.
버야, 버야. 아벼, 아벼. 야버, 야버. 벼야, 벼야. 버벼, 버벼. 아야, 아야.
That was excellent. Well done. Now, the second independent reading practice is going to be a 3-syllable combination reading practice. It is going to be a little bit tricky, but we're going to have to start at some point. So let's give it a go. Are you ready? Let's go.
아야버, 아야버. 벼아버, 벼아버. 아버벼, 아버벼. 야벼아, 야벼아. 버벼야, 버벼야. 벼야아, 벼야아.
Fantastic effort today. Well done. In this lesson, we review the first 4 vowel letters we learned, and they are aya and oya. And we practice reading them in syllable forms with the consonant letters iung and piup. Over the next 2 lessons, we'll learn 4 horizontal vowels, and they are oyo and uyu. I'll see you in the next lesson. Bye-bye. Hi there, and welcome to another lesson on learning vowels in Hangul. I do have a much shorter hair today, but don't let that distract you from the lesson. Now, in this lesson, we're going to learn 2 horizontal vowels, and they are o and yo. Let's go straight into it. The first vowel is o, and o is written like this. O is similar in sound to O in stop and hot in British English. So it's O, O. Let's read this vowel letter together. Repeat after me. O, O, O. That was great. Now, when you write syllables using horizontal vowels, the horizontal vowels are always positioned below the consonant letter. And the consonant letter in these syllables has to change its shape and position a little to accommodate these horizontal vowels. Now, in this syllable reading practice, we're going to combine O with the consonant letter mium, which is similar in sound to M. So it's M, O, or more, more. Repeat after me. More, more. More, more. More, more. Great job, well done. Let's learn the second vowel for this lesson, and it's the Y glide of or, which is your. Your is written like this. Your, just like other Y glides, is made by adding an extra dash to the basic vowel or. So this vowel is read your, your. Let's read this vowel together. Repeat after me. Your, your, your. That was great. Now let's combine this vowel letter with the consonant letter mium and read the syllable form together. So it's m, yo, m, yo, myo, myo. Repeat after me. Myo, myo. Myo, myo. Myo, myo. That was fantastic. Now let's try reading two syllables containing the vowel letters or and yo. Repeat after me. 모묘, 모묘. 모묘, 모묘. 모묘, 모묘. Excellent job, well done. Okay, so in today's final practice, we're going to do one independent reading practice. And of course, it is on the vowels that we've been learning in this lesson. Try reading the lines by yourself first, and then listen to me reading them. Let's begin.
모묘, 모묘. 묘모, 묘모. 모모, 모모. 묘모, 묘모. 묘묘, 묘묘. 모묘, 모묘.
That was great, well done. In today's lesson, we learn two horizontal vowels, or and yo, and we practice reading them in syllable forms with the consonant letter mium. In the next lesson, we'll learn two more horizontal vowels, and they look like flipped over versions of what we learned today. These vowels are u and u. So I'll see you in the next lesson. Bye-bye. Hi there, welcome back. Now in today's lesson, we're going to learn two more horizontal vowels, and they are u and u. Let's begin. So the first vowel is u, and u is written like this. This vowel u sounds like double O in food and good. So it's u, u. Let's practice reading this vowel. Repeat after me. U, u, u. That was great. Now let's practice reading u in a syllable form. Remember that horizontal vowels are always positioned below the consonant letter. And we're going to combine u with the consonant letter ki역. So it's g, u, g, u, 구, 구. Repeat after me. 구, 구. 구, 구. 구, 구. That was great. 구 actually means number 9. So we've just been saying 9 in Korean. Let's look at the second vowel in this lesson. And this vowel is U. U is written like this. U is a wide glide of the basic vowel U. So we make this vowel by adding an extra dash to U. U sounds like Y-O-U in English. So it's U, U. Let's practice reading this vowel. Repeat after me. U, U, U. That was great. Now let's combine this vowel with a consonant letter 기역. So it's G, U, G, U, Q, Q. Let's practice reading this syllable. Repeat after me. Q, Q. Q, Q. Q, Q. That was fantastic. Now let's practice reading both syllables from this lesson containing the vowel letters U and U. Repeat after me. 구규, 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 구규. Awesome job. Well done. Fantastic. So it's the final practice time. Now, in today's final practice, we're going to do 2 independent reading practices. The first one on the vowels we've been learning in this lesson, and the second one on the 4 horizontal vowels that we've learned in the last 2 lessons. Remember that both practices are independent reading practices, so you will go first, and then you can listen to me reading them. Let's begin with the first one.
구규, 구규. QQ, QQ. QQ, QQ. 구규, 구규. QQ, QQ. 구구, 구구.
That was fantastic. Well done. Now, before we get into the second independent reading practice, I think you know what's coming. We're going to have a listen and repeat warm-up practice of the 2 vowels we learned in the last lesson. And these vowels were O and yo. We'll combine these vowels with the consonant letter 미음. Let's start. 모묘, 모묘. 모묘, 모묘. That was great. Now let's do the second independent practice on the 4 horizontal vowels that we've been learning. You go first and then listen to me reading them. Let's begin.
구모, 구모. 묘구, 묘구. 규모, 규모. 묘규, 묘규. 구묘, 구묘. 모규, 모규.
Excellent job. Well done. Great effort today. So in today's lesson, we learned 2 more horizontal vowels, and they are U and U. And we practice reading them in syllable form using the consonant letter 기역. Now, before we move on and learn more vowels in Hangul, we're going to have a quick review of the 4 horizontal vowels we've been learning, and they are 오요 and 우유. I'll see you in that review lesson. Bye-bye. Hi there and welcome to the second review lesson on vowels in Hangul. In this lesson, we're going to review the 4 horizontal vowels that we learned in the previous 2 lessons. And these vowels are oyo and uyu. Let's begin. The first 2 horizontal vowels that we learned were o and yo. Let's combine these vowels with the consonant letter mium and do a listen and repeat practice. Let's begin. 모묘, 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 모묘. That was great. Now let's do a quick independent reading practice of these 2 vowels. Try reading the lines by yourself first and then listen to me reading them. Let's start.
모묘, 모묘, 묘묘, 묘묘, 모모, 모모, 묘모, 묘모.
Fantastic job. Well done. The next 2 horizontal vowels we learned were u and yu. This time we'll combine these vowels with the consonant letter ki역 and do a listen and repeat practice. Let's begin. 구규, 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 구규. That was great. Now let's do an independent reading practice of these 2 vowels. Try reading the lines by yourself first and then listen to me reading them. Here we go.
구규, 구규, 규구, 규구, 구구, 구구, 규구, 규구.
Excellent job. Well done. Okay, so in this final practice, we're going to do 2 independent reading practices on all 4 horizontal vowels. The first one is a 2-syllable combination reading practice, and the second one a 3-syllable combination reading practice. Let's begin with the first one. Try reading the lines by yourself first, and then listen to me reading them. Here we go.
구묘, 구묘, 규모, 규모, 묘구, 묘구, 모묘, 모묘, 모규, 모규, 구모, 구모.
That was amazing. Well done. Now let's do the second independent reading practice. This is a 3-syllable combination reading practice. It's tricky, but I know you can do it. Try reading the lines by yourself first, and then listen to me reading them. Let's begin.
구모규, 구모규, 묘구모, 묘구모, 모규구, 모규구, 규모묘, 규모묘, 구묘구, 구묘구, 모규묘, 모규묘.
That was amazing. Well done. Thumbs up. 2 thumbs up even. Fantastic. So that's the end of this review lesson. As we continue to move forward in this course, you will come across all the consonants and vowels we've been learning and have more opportunities to practice reading them. But if you do want more practice of the 4 vowels we've reviewed in this lesson, I don't think it's such a bad idea to watch this video again. But for now, we're going to move on and learn more vowels in Hangul. In the next lesson, we'll focus on I, and 의. So I'll see you in the next lesson. Bye-bye. Hi, welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to look at 3 more vowels in Hangul. The first 2 vowels are I and I, and the third vowel is a combination of these 2 vowels, and that's 의. Let's begin. The first vowel is I. I is a horizontal vowel, and it's written like this. Now the vowel I doesn't exist in English, but a sound similar to I appears when there is a consonant cluster. A consonant cluster is a group of consonants without a vowel. For example, in the word smile, we have a consonant cluster at the beginning. So S is similar to I in Korean. Here are a few more examples. Climb, strike, brave. Now, of course, the sound of consonants in consonant clusters are not very pronounced, but the Korean vowel I is very pronounced. So it's I. Let's practice reading this vowel. Repeat after me. I. That was great. Now let's combine this vowel letter I with the consonant shiot. So it's S, I, S, I, S, S. Repeat after me. S, 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 S. That was great. Well done. The second vowel in this lesson is a vertical vowel, and this vowel is I. I is written like this. Now the vowel I is similar to I in sip and mit. So it's I. Let's practice reading this vowel. Repeat after me. I. That was great. Now let's combine this vowel letter with a consonant shiot again. So it's S, I, she. Repeat after me. She. That was great. Now, before we move on to the third vowel, let's practice reading the first 2 vowels we've been learning so far. So it's I and I combined with the consonant shiot. Repeat after me. 스시, 스시. 스시, 스시. 스시, 스시. Great job, well done. Okay, so the third vowel in this lesson is a combination of the first 2 vowels, and this vowel is 의. 의 is written like this. Now the basic idea of saying 의 is to say U and I very quickly. So it's 의. Now this vowel 의 is very unusual because most Korean vowels are pronounced in one way, but 의 can be pronounced in 3 ways depending on how it's used. But for this lesson, we're going to focus on the most common and the standard way of reading 의, which is 의. But as you continue to learn Korean with us, we will show you how 의 can be pronounced in other ways. Now let's practice reading 의 as 의. Repeat after me. 의. 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 Great job. Now this vowel 의 is commonly used with the consonant iung. So let's practice reading this vowel in a syllable form with iung. So it's 의, 의. Repeat after me. 의, 의. 의, 의. 의, 의. Fantastic job, well done. In this final practice, we're going to do one independent reading practice and we'll practice all three vowels we've been learning in this lesson. All the lines are two-syllable combinations. Try reading the lines first and then listen to me reading them. Let's begin.
의시, 의시. 스시, 스시. 시의, 시의. 의스, 의스. 시스, 시스. 스의, 스의.
That was great again. Well done. So in this lesson, we learned three more vowels in Hangul. U, I, and 의. And we practice reading them in syllable form with the consonants 시옷 and iung. Now in the next lesson, we're going to learn four more vowels in Korean, but don't worry, it's not going to be that daunting, and you'll soon find out why. I'll see you in that lesson. Bye-bye. Hi there, so in this lesson, we're going to learn four more vowels in Hangul. Now these four vowels share a lot of similarities in how they are read, so it won't be that difficult. These four vowels are e, and ye. Let's begin. Now the first two vowels we'll look at are e and e, and these vowels are written like this. These two vowels look very similar. They both have vertical bars, but one of them has a dash in the inside bar towards the consonant, and the other has a dash between the two vertical bars. In the old days, when Korean was first made, people did distinguish between these vowels, and newsreaders still do. But in everyday speech, people read these vowels in the same way, and you only have to distinguish them in writing, since ke and ke, although they're pronounced in the same way, mean different things. One means dog, the other means crab. Okay, so let's practice reading these vowels. Now they sound similar, so we're going to practice these two vowels together. The sound is e. Repeat after me. E. E. Excellent. We'll keep the syllable reading practice simple and combine these vowels with the consonant iung. So again, it's e. Repeat after me. E. E. Fantastic job, well done. The second pair of vowels are ye and ye. They are written like this. Now these two vowels are Y glides of the two vowels that we just practiced, e and e. And we made these vowels into Y glides with an extra dash. Let's practice reading these vowels. They are yeah, yeah. Repeat after me. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. That was great. Now let's combine these vowels with a consonant ion and practice reading them in syllable forms. Yeah, yeah. Now this word yeah is actually a polite form of yes in Korean. So it's actually quite a useful word. Repeat after me. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. That was great. Now let's practice the two sets of vowels together. Repeat after me. Eh, eh. Eh, eh. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Fantastic job, well done. Great, it's final practice time. Now in this final practice, we're going to do two independent reading practices. The first one on the vowels we've been learning in this lesson, and the second one a combined practice with the vowels that we learned in the last lesson. Both are independent reading practices, so you go first and then listen to me reading them. Let's do the first one. Are you ready? Let's begin.
yeah, 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 yeah.
That was excellent, well done. Now before we move on to the second independent reading practice, we're going to have a warm-up listen and repeat of the three vowels that we learned in the last lesson. The vowels were U, I, and 의. Let's begin. 스시의, 스시의. 스시의, 스시의. That was fantastic. Now let's do the second independent reading practice. You're going to read two syllable combinations, but we are going to practice 7 vowels altogether. Let's begin.
스의예, 스의예. 예시에, 예시에. 애시의, 애시의. 의에스, 의에스. 시에예, 시에예. 에스예, 에스예.
That was fantastic. Well done. So in this lesson, we learned 4 more vowels in Hangul and we practiced reading them in syllable form using the consonant ion. Now that's it for the basic vowels and the Y glides. But before we go on and continue to learn about double consonants and W glide vowels, we'll do a quick review of the 7 vowels we've been learning over the last 2 lessons. So I'll see you in that review lesson. Bye-bye. Hello there! So in this review lesson, we're going to review the 7 vowels that we learned in the previous 2 lessons. And they are I, 의, 에, and ye. Let's begin. The first set of vowels that we're going to review are I, and 의. And just as we did in the lesson, We're going to combine these vowels with the consonants 시옷 and 이응 and do a listen and repeat practice first. Are you ready? Let's begin. 스시의, 스시의. Great effort. Now let's do an independent reading practice of these vowels. We're going to do 2-syllable combination reading practice. You go first and then listen to me reading them. Let's begin.
스시, 스시. 의시, 의시. 시의, 시의. 스의, 스의.
Great effort. Well done. Now the second set of vowels that we're going to review are 에 and 예. Let's combine these vowels with the consonant 이응 and do a listen and repeat practice first. Let's begin. 에, 에. 예. 예. That was great. Well done. Now let's do an independent reading practice of these 4 vowels. You're going to read 2-syllable combinations, but there are 4 vowels, so pay close attention to the vowel that you're reading. Are you ready? Let's begin.
에예, 에예. 예예, 예예. 예에, 예에. 에에, 에에.
Excellent work. Well done. In this final practice, we're going to do 2 independent reading practices. The first one is a 2-syllable combination reading practice, and the second one, a 3-syllable combination reading practice. Let's do the first one. You try reading the lines first, and then listen to me reading them. Let's begin.
스에, 스에. 예의, 예의. 시예, 시예. 스에, 스에. 의시, 의시. 예스, 예스.
Fantastic job. Well done. Now we're going to do the second independent reading practice, but remember that you're going to read 3-syllable combinations, plus we're going to practice all 7 vowels. So it's going to be a huge challenge, but let's give it a try. Are you ready? Here we go.
스시에, 스시에. 의애시, 의애시. 예스에, 예스에. 애의시, 애의시. 의애시, 의애시. 예시스, 예시스.
Amazing job. Well done. You did really well. Now, in this review lesson, we went over the 7 vowels that we learned in the last 2 lessons. And these vowels are 이, 에, and 예. Now, we have 5 more consonants and 6 more vowels to learn in Hangul. So let's get straight into those in the next lesson. I'll see you in that lesson. Bye for now. Hi, welcome to the first lesson on the tense consonants in Korean. Now the tense consonants are also called 쌍자음. 쌍 means pair and 자음 means consonant. So 쌍자음 roughly translates to double consonants. And there's a reason why they're called double consonants. We've already learned these consonants, 기역, 디귿, 비읍, 시옷, and 지읒. And the double consonants, or the tense consonants, or in Korean, 쌍자음, are basically made up by doubling up these consonants, like this. 기역 becomes 쌍기역, 디귿 becomes 쌍디귿, 비읍 becomes 쌍비읍, 시옷 becomes 쌍시옷, and 지읒 becomes 쌍지읒. So all in all, there are 5 tense consonants, and over the next 2 lessons, we're going to focus on learning these tense consonants. In this lesson, we'll focus on learning 쌍기역 and 쌍디귿. The first tense consonant is 쌍기역. 쌍기역 is written like this. Now, tense consonants are made with a harder and stiffer sound. So instead of g, it's g, g. And remember that there is no equivalent sound in English. So as we practice reading this consonant, it's really important for us to make the connection between the sound and the letter. So let's now practice reading this tense consonant. Repeat after me. G, g, g. That was great. Now let's practice reading this consonant in a syllable form with the vowel O. So it's g, o, g, o, ga, ga. Repeat after me. Ga, ga. Ga, ga. Ga, ga. That was great. Well done. The second tense consonant in this lesson is 쌍디귿. 쌍디귿 is written like this. 쌍디귿 makes this sound. D, d. And again, there is no equivalent sound in English. So as we practice, please make sure you're making the connection between the sound and the letter. Now let's practice reading 쌍디귿. Repeat after me. D, d, d. Fantastic job. Same as before, we'll combine 쌍디귿 with a vowel letter O and practice reading the syllable form. So it's d, o, d, o, da, da. Repeat after me. Da, da. Da, da. Da, da. Fantastic job. Now let's practice the syllables we've been reading in this lesson, which contain the tense consonants, 쌍기역 and 쌍디귿. Repeat after me. Ga, da, ga, da. Ga, da, ga, da. Ga, da, ga, da. Fantastic job today. Well done. In this final practice, we're going to do one independent reading practice, reading the syllables containing 쌍기역 and 쌍디귿. Have a go at reading the lines by yourself first, and then listen to me reading them. Let's begin.
껐다, 껐다. 닦아, 닦아. 깎아, 깎아. 닦아, 닦아. 까따, 까따. 따따, 따따.
That was great. Well done. In this lesson, we learn two tense consonants, 쌍기역 and 쌍디귿, and we practice reading them in syllable forms with the vowel letter A. In the next lesson, we'll learn three more tense consonants, and they are 쌍비읍, 쌍시역, and 쌍지읒. So I'll see you in that lesson. Bye-bye. Hi there, welcome back to another lesson. In this lesson, we're going to learn three more tense consonants, and they are 쌍비읍, 쌍시역, and 쌍지읒. Let's get into it. The first tense consonant is 쌍비읍. 쌍비읍 is written like this. Again, 쌍비읍 doesn't have a direct equivalent sound in English, but 쌍비읍 makes this sound. B, B. Let's practice reading this consonant. Repeat after me. B, B, B. That was great. Now let's practice reading this consonant in a syllable form, and we'll use the vowel letter A. So it's B, A, B, A, ba, ba. Repeat after me. Ba, ba. Ba, ba. Ba, ba. That was great. Well done. The second tense consonant is 쌍시읒. 쌍시읒 is written like this. Now, 쌍시읒 does have an equivalent sound in English, and it's similar to the S sound in sour and sauce. So it's S, S. Let's practice reading this consonant. Repeat after me. S, S, S. That was great. Well done. Now let's practice reading 쌍시읒 in a syllable form, and again we'll use the vowel letter A. So it's S, A, S, A, sa, sa. Repeat after me. Sa, sa. Sa, sa. Sa, sa. That was great. Well done. The third and last tense consonant in this lesson is 쌍지읒. 쌍지읒 is written like this. Now again, 쌍지읒 doesn't have a direct equivalent sound in English, but it makes this sound. j, j. Let's practice reading this consonant letter. Repeat after me. j, j, j. Okay, that's great. Now let's practice reading this consonant in a syllable form, and we'll use the vowel letter A again. So it's j, a, j, a, ja, ja. Repeat after me. Ja, ja. Ja, ja. Ja, ja. That was great. Well done. Now let's read all three syllables containing the tense consonants, 쌍비읍, 쌍시역, and 쌍지읒. Repeat after me. Ba, sa, ja, ba, sa, ja. 빠사자, 빠사자. 빠사자, 빠사자. Great work today. Well done. Okay, so it's final practice time. And in this final practice, we're going to do 2 independent reading practices. The first one on the 3 tense consonants from this lesson, and the second one on all 5 tense consonants. Let's get into the first one. Read the lines by yourself first, and then listen to me reading them. Let's begin.
jasa, jasa. baca, baca. sapa, sapa. japa, japa. saja, saja. basa, basa.
Brilliant work again, well done. Now, before we get into the second independent reading practice, let's have a warm-up listen and repeat of the 2 tense consonants from the last lesson. Are you ready? Let's begin. Gata, gata. Gata, gata. Okay, great. Now let's do the second independent reading practice. This is going to be on all 5 tense consonants, but you're going to read 2 syllable combinations. Are you ready? Let's give it a try.
cosa, cosa. baca, baca. toko, toko. jatuh, jatuh. sapa, sapa. gocah, gocah.
Fantastic job, well done. Now, I know it does put a lot of strain around your mouth to say the tense consonants, but normally you don't have to say so many tense consonants together, as they're mostly used with other lax consonants. So it's not going to be this difficult always. Okay, so in this lesson, we learned 3 more tense consonants, and they were 쌍비읍, 쌍시옷, and 쌍지읒. And we practiced reading them in syllable forms using the vowel letter A. Now, before we move on and learn about W glide vowels, we're going to have a quick review of the 5 tense consonants. So I'll see you in that review lesson. See you soon. Bye-bye. Hello there, so it's good to see you again. In this lesson, we're going to review the 5 tense consonants we've been learning over the last 2 lessons. And these tense consonants are 쌍기역, 쌍디귿, 쌍비읍, 쌍시옷, and 쌍지읒. They're not that easy to say. Okay, let's begin. The first pair of tense consonants were 쌍기역 and 쌍디귿. Let's combine these with the vowel letter R and do a listen and repeat practice. Let's begin. 가다, 가다. Great, now let's do an independent reading practice of these syllables. Try to read the lines by yourself first and then listen to me reading them. Are you ready? Let's start.
껐다, 껐다. 떴다, 떴다. 떴다, 떴다. 껐다, 껐다.
That was great, well done. The second set of tense consonants were 쌍비읍, 쌍시옷, and 쌍지읒. Let's combine these tense consonants with the vowel letter R and do a listen and repeat practice. Are you ready? Let's start. Pa sa cha, pa sa cha. Pa sa cha, pa sa cha. That was great. We'll now do an independent reading practice, but it's going to be on 2-syllable combinations. You know the drill. Have a go at reading the lines by yourself first, and then listen to me reading them. Let's start.
Pasa, pasa. Chapa, chapa. Sacha, sacha. Pacha, pacha.
Fantastic job again. Well done. In this final practice, we're going to do 2 independent reading practices. The first is a 2-syllable combination reading practice, and the second will be a little bit trickier. It's a 3-syllable combination reading practice. So we'll begin with the first one, a 2-syllable combination reading practice. You go first, and then listen to me. Are you ready? Let's start.
Saco, saco. Tocha, tocha. Pato, pato. Cocha, cocha. Tosa, tosa. Chapa, chapa.
Fantastic effort, well done. Now we'll do the second independent reading practice, a 3-syllable combination reading practice. It's going to be a little trickier, not just in terms of reading, but in terms of the strain that it's going to put around your mouth area. Are you ready? Let's start.
Cosato, cosato. Pachaco, pachaco. Tocosa, tocosa. Chatopa, chatopa. Sapaco, sapaco. Cochato, cochato.
Fantastic job. You deserve a break. Pause the video, take a break for 30 seconds and come back and listen to the lesson summary. Well done. So that's the tense consonants, otherwise known as sangchaum, covered in this review lesson. We now only have 6 W glide vowels left to learn in Korean, and from the next lesson, we'll start learning those. I'll see you in the next lesson. Bye-bye. Hi there, and welcome to the first of 2 lessons on learning W glide vowels in Hangul. Now, some people do call these W glide vowels diphthongs, but I think calling them diphthongs can cause confusion. And the reason why I say that is because English diphthongs are very different from the W glide vowels in Hangul. Now, the English diphthongs essentially have 2 vowel sounds. However, we emphasize one of the vowel sounds and the other is a weak sound. In this word, thigh, there are 2 vowel sounds, but we emphasize the first vowel sound and the second one is a weak sound. So we say thigh, thigh. However, although Korean W glides are formed by combining 2 basic vowels together, the vowel sound is essentially a blend of the 2 vowels. So it sounds like a single vowel sound. Therefore, rather than calling these diphthongs, I will call these W glide vowels, since they have a single vowel sound and they also have that W sound at the beginning, similar to the Y glides which we learned earlier. In this lesson, we're going to learn the first 3 of the W glide vowels, and although these are all different vowels, they are read in the same way. These vowels are where, and where. Let's begin. The first W glide is made up of the two basic vowels O and E, and it's pronounced we. This we is written like this. Now this vowel is an exception among all the W glide vowels because its sound isn't really a blend of the two basic vowels that it's formed by. This vowel is formed by O and E, and if you say these vowels quickly, it's oi, we, we. So it sounds more like we than we, but this vowel is actually read we. Let's practice reading this vowel. It's we. Repeat after me. We. That was great. Now, W glides are frequently combined with a consonant ing. So in the syllable reading practice, we'll combine this vowel we with a consonant ing. So it's we. Let's practice reading this syllable. Repeat after me. We. We. That was great. Well done. Now the second W glide vowel is made up of O and E, and this vowel is read we. This we is written like this. Now with this W glide vowel, if you say the basic vowels quickly, it becomes we. Listen. O, E, we. Let's practice reading this vowel. Repeat after me. We. That was great. Now let's combine this vowel with consonant ing and do syllable reading practice. Repeat after me. We. That was great. Well done. Okay, so the final W glide vowel is also pronounced we, and this vowel is made up of U and E. This we is written like this. Similar to the previous W glide vowel, if you say the basic vowels quickly, we produce the we sound. So it's U, E. We. Let's practice reading this syllable. Repeat after me. We. That was great. Now let's combine this vowel with consonant ing. And as we do the syllable reading practice, please pay close attention to the vowel you're reading and try to remember the vowel that produces the we sound. Are you ready? Let's go. We. Fantastic job, well done. So in this final practice, we're not going to do an independent reading practice since all the vowels in this lesson produce the same sound. So it'll be a little pointless doing an independent reading practice. However, we're going to do a listen and repeat of the vowels again and try to memorize the vowels, the actual shape of the vowels that produce the we sound. This is because in the next lesson, when we do a combined practice, we are going to have to work out which vowel produces we sound and which vowel produces other sounds. So it is really important that we remember or memorize the vowels, the shape of the vowels that produce the we sound. So as we do the listen and repeat practice, please pay close attention to the vowels that you're reading. Are you ready? This is a listen and repeat practice, and we're going to do 2 syllable combination reading practice. Let's begin. Where, where. Where, where. Where, where. Where, where. Where, where. Where, where. That was great. Well done. In this lesson, we learn 3 W glide vowels, which are all read in the same way. Where, where, where. Now, obviously, reading them is going to be quite easy because they're all pronounced in the same way. But in the future, when you write words, it is important that you write them in the correct way. Because this where and this where, obviously they're both where, but one means except, the other means why. So it's important that we spell words correctly. Now, in the next lesson, we'll learn 3 more W glides, and this time they're all going to be read very differently. I'll see you in that lesson. Bye-bye. Hi, welcome to the second lesson on the W glide vowels. In this lesson, we're going to learn 3 more W glide vowels, and they are we, wa, and wa. Let's begin. The first W glide vowel is we, and this vowel is made up of the 2 basic vowels u and i. We is written like this. Now, if you say the 2 basic vowels quickly, we get we. So it's u, i, we, we. Let's practice reading this vowel. Repeat after me. We. 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 That was great. Now let's practice reading this vowel in a syllable form with a consonant letter ki역. So it's going to be 그, 위, 귀, 귀. And 귀 is a Korean word for ear. So in this syllable reading practice, we're going to be saying ear, ear in Korean. Are you ready? Let's go. 귀, 귀. 귀, 귀. 귀, 귀. That's not easy to say, but you did really well. Well done. The second W glide in this lesson is wa. Wa is made up of o and a. Wa is written like this. So the blend of o and a becomes o a, wa, wa, wa. Let's practice reading this vowel. Repeat after me. Wa, wa, wa. That was great. Now let's combine wa with consonant ki역. So it's g, wa, kwa, kwa. Let's practice reading this syllable. Repeat after me. Kwa, kwa. Kwa, kwa. Kwa, kwa. Great job, well done. The final W glide in this lesson is wa. Wa is made up of u and o. Wa is written like this. The 2 basic vowels u and a, if you read them quickly, it becomes u, a, wa, wa. Wa. Let's practice reading this vowel. Repeat after me. Wa. 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 That was great. Now let's combine this vowel with the consonant kiok, so it becomes g, wa, g, wa, kwa, kwa. Let's practice reading this syllable. Repeat after me. Kwa, kwa. Kwa, kwa. Kwa, kwa. Fantastic job. Now let's do a listen and repeat of all the vowels that we're learning in this lesson. Repeat after me. Qui, qua, qua. 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 These vowels are really tricky to say, so you did really well. Well done. In this final practice, we're going to do 2 independent reading practices. The first one on the 3 W glide vowels from this lesson, and the second one on all 6 W glide vowels. Let's do the first one. This is an independent reading practice, so you go first and then listen to me. Are you ready? Let's go.
Qua qui, qua qui. Qui qua, qui qua. Qua qua, qua qua. Qua qui, qua qui. Qua qua, qua qua. Qui qua, qui qua.
Fantastic job, well done. Now, before we get into the second independent reading practice, let's have a warm-up listen and repeat of the 3 W glides from the previous lesson. They're all read where, and they're going to combine with the consonant ion. Let's begin. Where, where, where. Where, where, where. Okay, so we're going to do the second independent reading practice, but remember that the 3 vowels, which are all read where from the previous lesson, will combine with the consonant ion, whereas the 3 vowels from this lesson, which are we, wa, wa, will combine with the consonant kiok. This is going to be a 2-syllable combination reading practice, but it's an independent reading practice. So you go first, and then you listen to me. Are you ready? Let's begin.
외과, 외과. 과 외, 과 외. 외 귀, 외 귀. 과 외, 과 외. 외과, 외과. 귀 외, 귀 외.
Fantastic job, well done. The combinations are a little strange, but it's just so that we can get used to saying these vowels. Well done. So in this review lesson, we learned 3 more W glide vowels, which were we, wa, wa. And we practiced reading them in syllable form using the consonant kiok. The next lesson is a review lesson on all 6 W glide vowels, so I'll see you in that review lesson. Bye-bye. Hello there, and welcome to the review lesson on the 6 W glide vowels. As always, we'll review the vowels in groups first, and then we'll do a combined practice at the end. Let's begin. The first set of W-glide vowels are all read in the same way. They are where, where. So we're not going to do an independent reading practice with these vowels alone. So we'll just do a listen and repeat. Let's combine these vowels with the consonant letter iung. Are you ready? Let's begin. Where. Where, where. Where. Where, where. That was great. Now in this lesson, all the W-glide vowels are going to combine with a consonant iung. So when we do the combined practice later, it's going to be quite tricky because you're going to have to distinguish between the we, wa, wa and the three where vowels. So do try to remember how the vowels look and the sounds that they're associated with. Okay, let's move on. The second set of W-glide vowels were we, wa, wa. Let's combine these vowels with a consonant iung and do a listen and repeat practice first. Let's begin. We, wa, wa. We, wa, wa. We, wa, wa. We, wa, wa. That was great. Now let's do an independent reading practice on these three vowels. We're going to do a two-syllable combination reading practice. Try reading the lines by yourself first, and then listen to me reading them. Let's begin.
We wa, we wa. Wo we, wo we. Wa we, wa we. Wo wa, wo wa.
That was fantastic. Well done. In this final practice, we're going to do two independent reading practices. The first one is a two-syllable combination reading practice, and the second is a three-syllable combination reading practice. Now remember, all six vowels are going to be combined with a consonant iung, so we're going to have to work extra hard to work out which one is where and which one is we, wa, wa. It's going to be challenging, but let's do a two-syllable combination reading first. You go first, and then listen to me. Let's begin.
Wa we, wa we. We wa, we wa. We wa, we wa. Where we, where we. Wo we, wo we. Wa we, wa we.
Fantastic effort. I hope that two-syllable combination reading practice has primed you for the second independent reading practice, which is going to be a three-syllable combination reading practice. Naturally, this is going to be much harder, but I'm sure you can do it. This is an independent reading practice, so you go first and then you listen to me. Are you ready? Let's begin.
Wa we we, wa we we. We wo, we wo. We wa, we wa. Wo we, wo we. We wa we wa we. We wa we wa we.
Fantastic job, well done. This type of practice is obviously very challenging, but we do need to do this type of practice to improve our reading of Hangul. Well done. So in this lesson, we review the 6 W-glide vowels, and that's it for all the consonants and vowels in Hangul. We obviously need to carry on practicing reading Hangul so that we just get better at it, but I think we've laid very strong foundations for the future. In the next lesson, we're going to carry on learning about Korean syllables, and we're going to learn about CVC combinations. These are consonant, vowel, consonant combinations. So I'll see you in that next lesson. Bye for now. Hi there, and welcome to the first lesson on CVC combinations in Korean. Now, so far, we've been learning to read only CV combinations. So we've seen how certain vowels can be positioned next to the consonant, and certain vowels can be positioned below the consonant, and with W-glide vowels, they can wrap around the consonant. Now, in a CVC combination, the final consonant, also known as 받침, is positioned below the consonant-vowel combination, as in these examples. 받침 in Korean means support. So in these examples, 받침 literally supports the first CV combination above. Now, there are altogether 19 consonants in Korean, and of these, only 쌍비읍, 쌍디귿, and 쌍지읒 aren't used as 받침. Now, the rules on writing 받침 is quite simple, but the rules on how 받침 is read can be quite complex, particularly when you start looking at how the 받침, the final consonant, assimilates to the following syllable. So over the next few lessons, we're going to first focus on learning the basic concepts on reading 받침, and as we do the reading practice later, we will highlight some important pronunciation rules on reading 받침. Now, in this lesson, we're going to first take a look at the overview of how 받침 is read, and then we'll focus on how to read 기역, 쌍기역, and 키읔 받침. Let's begin. Now, the key concept regarding 받침 is that we generally regard 받침 sound as an unreleased sound. So this means that the sound of 받침 stops at the point of release, and the sound is not audible. So in this syllable, 막, the sound stops at the point of release, and we never actually hear the 기역 sound. So we never say mag. It's always 막. And apart from nasal sounds, which are 미음, 니은, 리을, and 이응, which we will cover later, when consonants are used as 받침, they are regarded as following unreleased sounds. Now, in this lesson, we'll first take a look at how 기역, 쌍기역, and 키읔 are read as unreleased 기역 sounds, and we'll cover the rest in the next lesson. Now, all the consonants in this table become unreleased sounds when the 받침 is the final consonant in a word, or if the following syllable begins with consonants other than 이응 or 히읗. So let's take a look at some example words that use these consonants as 받침. Listen carefully to how the consonants are unreleased 기역 sounds at the end. 싹, 박, 부엌, 작별, 볶다. In the first three examples, the 기역, 쌍기역, and 키읔 받침 are unreleased sounds. The sound stops at the point of release, and we never hear the sound of these 받침. So these Korean words are 싹, 박, and 부엌. In the last two words, the 기역 and the 쌍기역 받침 are followed by syllables that begin with consonants other than 이응 or 히읗. And in these patterns, the 기역 and the 쌍기역 are again pronounced as unreleased 기역 sounds. However, if the consonant in the following syllable has a tense consonant pairing, and these are 기역, 디귿, 비읍, 시옷, and 지읒, they are often pronounced as a tense consonant sound. So 작별 is not just 작별, but more like 작별. And 볶다 is pronounced as 볶다. So do keep in mind of how certain consonants can be pronounced as their tense consonant pairing. Okay, so let's do a speaking practice of these words. 싹, 박, 부엌, 작별, 볶다, Excellent job, well done. In this practice, we're going to do one independent practice on reading 기역, 쌍기역, and 기역 받침. Think about what we just learned on reading these 받침 as unreleased 기역 sounds. And as always, this is an independent practice, so you're going to read the words by yourself first and then listen to me after. Okay, so if you're ready, let's begin.
죽, 죽. 꼭, 꼭. 박, 박. 부엌, 부엌. 부탁, 부탁. 낚시, 낚시. 낙타, 낙타. 작별, 작별.
Excellent effort today, well done. Okay, so today we learned the basic overview of how 받침 is read, and then we focused on reading 기역, 쌍기역, and 기역 as unreleased 기역 sounds. In the next lesson, we're going to learn about 받침 that are read as unreleased 피읍 and 디귿 sounds. See you soon again. Bye-bye. Hi there, and welcome to the second lesson on reading 받침. In this lesson, we're going to learn how to read unreleased 피읍 and 디귿 sounds. Let's begin with unreleased 피읍 sound. In the previous lesson, we learned that consonants other than nasal sounds can be categorized into three unreleased sounds. And the consonants 피읍 and 피읍 are read as unreleased 피읍 sound. Now, these two consonants are read as unreleased 피읍 sounds when they're used as the final consonant in a word, or when the following syllable begins with a consonant other than 이응 or 히읗. So let's take a look at some example words that use 피읍 and 피읍 as 받침. Listen carefully to how the consonants 피읍 and 피읍 are read as unreleased 피읍 sounds. 밥, 밥. 입, 입. 돕기, 돕기. 깊다, 깊다. So in the first two examples, the 피읍 and 피읍 are final consonants in words, so they are read as unreleased 피읍 sounds. In the last two examples, the 받침 are followed by syllables that begin with consonants other than 이응 or 히읗. So 피읍 and 피읍 are read as unreleased 피읍 sounds. And as mentioned before, after unreleased sounds, consonants 기역, 디귿, 피읍, 시옷, and 치읓 are often pronounced as tense consonants. So they are 돕기, 돕기, 깊다, 깊다. Okay, so with that in mind, let's now do a speaking practice of reading these words that use 피읍 and 피읍 as 받침. Repeat after me. 밥, 밥. 입, 입. 돕기, 돕기. 깊다, 깊다. That was great. Well done. Now, we then have a group of consonants that are all read as unreleased 디귿 sounds. 디귿 and 티읕 are easier to understand, but we also read 시옷, 쌍시옷, 지읒, and 치읒 as unreleased 디귿 sounds. Here are some example words. 닫다, 닫다. 밭, 밭. 잣, 잣. 왔지, 왔지. 찾기, 찾기. 꽃, 꽃. So in these single syllable words, 티읕, 시옷, and 치읒 are final consonants in the word, so they are read as unreleased 디귿 sounds. In the two syllable words, 디귿, 쌍시옷, and 지읒 consonants are followed by syllables that begin with consonants other than 이응 or 히읗. So they're also pronounced as unreleased 티귿 sounds. And the consonants in the following syllable are pronounced as tense consonants. So they are 닫다, 닫다, 왔지, 왔지, and 찾기, 찾기. Okay, so with that in mind, let's now do a reading practice of these words that use 받침 as unreleased 티귿 sounds. Repeat after me. 닫다, 닫다. 받, 받. 찾, 찾. 왔지, 왔지. 찾기, 찾기. 꽃, 꽃. Excellent job, well done. In this final practice, we're going to do a combined practice of reading words that use 받침 as unreleased 피읍 and 티귿 sounds. Now, only 피읍 and 피읍 are unreleased 피읍 sounds. So if you see other consonants used as 받침, remember that they're going to be unreleased 티귿 sounds. Some of the words are from this lesson, but there will also be some new words. This is an independent practice, so as always, try reading the words by yourself first and then listen to me afterwards. If you're ready, let's begin.
집, 집. 무릎, 무릎. 곳, 곳. 갔다, 갔다. 맛, 맛. 낫다, 낫다. 찾기, 찾기. 돛, 돛.
Fantastic job today. Well done. Okay, so today we learned to read 피읍 and 피읍 as unreleased 피읍 sounds when they're used as 받침. And then we learned to read 티귿, 티읕, 시옷, 쌍지옷, and 지읒 and 치읒 as unreleased 티귿 sound when they're read as 받침. In the next lesson, we're going to review what we learned over the last two lessons on unreleased 기역, 피읍, and 티귿 sounds. So I'll see you soon in the next lesson. Bye-bye. Hi there, and welcome to the review lesson on reading 받침 in Korean. In this lesson, we're going to review everything we learned over the last two lessons on reading 받침 as unreleased 기역, 피읍, and 티귿 sounds. 2 lessons ago, we learned that consonants other than nasal consonants are categorized into 3 types of unreleased sounds. And in that lesson, we learned to read 기역, 쌍기역, and 키읔 as unreleased 기역 sound when they're used as final consonant in a word, or when the following syllable begins with a consonant other than 이응 or 히읗. So let's first do a listen and repeat practice of words that use 기역, 쌍기역, and 키읔 as 받침. 죽, 죽. 꼭, 꼭. 낚시, 낚시. 낙타, 낙타. 부엌, 부엌. That was great. Well done. Let's now do an independent practice of reading words that use 기역, 쌍기역, and 키읔 as 받침. Try to read the words by yourself first and then listen to me afterwards. Let's begin.
싹, 싹. 박, 박. 부엌, 부엌. 작별, 작별. 볶다, 볶다.
Fantastic job, well done. In the previous lesson, we learned to read pi읍 and pi읍 as unreleased pi읍 sounds, and then we learned to read 디귿, 티읕, 시옷, 쌍시옷, and 지읒 and 치읒 as unreleased 디귿 sounds. And just like unreleased 기역 sounds, these 받침 are read as unreleased sounds when they're used as a final consonant in a word, or when the following syllable begins with a consonant other than an 이응 or 히읗. So let's first do a listen and repeat practice of words that use these 받침 as unreleased sounds. Repeat after me. 집, 집. 무릎, 무릎. 곧, 곧. 갔다, 갔다. 맛, 맛. 낫다, 낫다. 찾기, 찾기. 돛, 돛. Excellent job, well done. Let's now do an independent practice of reading words that use these 받침. As always, try reading the words by yourself first and then listen to me afterwards. Let's begin.
입, 입. 돕기, 돕기. 닫다, 닫다. 밭, 밭. 잣, 잣. 왔지, 왔지. 찾기, 찾기. 꽃, 꽃.
Amazing job, well done. Now, the aim of this practice is to give you more reading practice than anything else. So we're going to do one long independent practice of reading words that use 받침 as unreleased 기역, 피읍, and 디귿 sounds. All the words are from this lesson, so it shouldn't be too difficult. And this is an independent practice, so as always, you go first and then listen to me afterwards. So if you're ready, let's begin the practice.
죽, 죽. 낚시, 낚시. 부엌, 부엌. 집, 집. 무릎, 무릎. 곧, 곧. 갔다, 갔다. 맛, 맛. 낫다, 낫다. 찾기, 찾기. 돛, 돛.
Amazing job today, well done. Hope that was a useful practice. Okay, so in this review lesson, we went over how to read consonants other than nasal sounds as unreleased 기역, 피읍, and 디귿 sounds. Now, there are still quite a few 받침 we haven't covered yet, and in the next lesson, we're going to learn how to read 이응 and 히읗 as 받침 in Korean. So I'll see you soon again in the next lesson. Bye-bye. Hi everyone, and welcome to the third lesson on reading 받침. In this lesson, we're going to learn how to read 이응 and 히읗 받침. We'll begin with 이응. Now, the use of iung as 받침 is quite easy to learn, as the main function of iung as the ng sound in English. Here are some example words that use iung as 받침. 공주, 공주. 행복, 행복. 영국, 영국. So in each of these examples, the iung 받침 in the first syllable functions as an ng sound in English. Now, one thing to note with the iung consonant is that when a 받침 other than iung or hiët is followed by an iung consonant, the 받침 sound carries over and assimilates into that sound. Here are a few examples. 입안, 입안. 작은, 작은. 팔아요, 팔아요. So in each of these examples, the pi읍 and 기역 and 리을 받침 in the first syllable are followed by a syllable that begins with the iung consonant. So the 받침 sound carries over and they are read 입안, 작은, and 팔아요. Okay, so let's now do a speaking practice of reading words that use iung 받침 as an ng sound, and also when 받침 assimilates with syllables that begin with an iung consonant. 공주, 공주. 행복, 행복. 영국, 영국. 입안, 입안. 작은, 작은. 팔아요, 팔아요. That was excellent. Well done. Now, the hiët 받침 can be read in two ways. First, if the hiët 받침 is followed by a syllable that begins with an iung consonant, then hiët 받침 is silent. Here are some examples. 좋아요, 좋아요. 놓아요, 놓아요. So in these examples, the hiët 받침 is followed by syllables that begin with iung, so the hiët 받침 is silent. However, when hiët 받침 is followed by certain consonants, it combines with those consonants to form aspirated sounds. And aspirated sounds are sounds produced with more air coming out of one's mouth. Here's an example. 좋다, 좋다. So in this word, the hiët 받침 combines with the 디귿 consonant to form the aspirated ti읕 sound. And if you put your hand over your mouth as you say the 디귿 sound, you should feel hardly any air coming out of your mouth. So it's t, t, t. But if you do the same thing as you say the ti읕 sound, you should feel a burst of air coming out of your mouth, as ti읕 is an aspirated sound. So it's t, t, t. Now in Korean, hiët can also combine with 기역 to become a ki역 sound, with 지읒 to become a 치읒 sound, and with pi읍 to become a pi읍 sound. And while in Korean, hiët is never followed by a pi읍 to become a pi읍 sound, it's also important to note that these aspirated sounds can be formed when hiët follows these four consonants. Here's an example. 입히다, 입히다. So in this word, the pi읍 받침 combines with hiët in the following syllable to become the aspirated pi읍 sound. Here are a few more examples. 좋지, 좋지. 좋게 하다, 좋게 하다. 낳다, 낳다. 익히다, 익히다. 마치다, 마치다. So regardless of the order these consonants appear in, if you have combination of hiët and one of the four consonants, these consonants combine to become aspirated sounds. Okay, so let's now do a speaking practice of reading hiët 받침. Repeat after me. 좋아요, 좋아요. 놓아요, 놓아요. 좋지, 좋지. 좋게 하다, 좋게 하다. 낳다, 낳다. 익히다, 익히다. 마치다, 마치다. Excellent effort. Well done. Okay, so in this final practice, we're going to do a combined practice of reading words that use 이응 and 히읗 받침. This is an independent practice, so as always, you go first and then listen to me afterwards. If you're ready, let's begin.
공주, 공주. 행복, 행복. 입안, 입안. 작은, 작은. 놓아요, 놓아요. 좋다, 좋다. 좋지, 좋지. 익히다, 익히다. 입히다, 입히다.
Fantastic effort today. Well done. Okay, so today we looked at how we read 이응 and 히읗 as 받침 in Korean. And in the next lesson, we're going to learn how to read 미음, 니은, and 리을 as 받침 and the effects of nasalization. So I'll see you soon in the next lesson. Bye-bye. Hello there and welcome back. Now this is the final lesson on reading CVC combinations, reading 받침. And today we're going to learn how to read 미음, 니은, and 리을 as 받침 and the effects of nasalization. So let's begin. Now, the reading of 미음, 니은, and 리을 is relatively simple, as they're read in a similar way to the English consonants they resemble, which are M, N, and L. Here are some examples. 짐, 짐. 감, 감. 돈, 돈. 손, 손. 팔, 팔. 굴, 굴. So the 미음, 니은, and 리을 받침 are generally similar to English M, N, and L sounds. But the only difference is that similar to other unreleased sounds in Korean, these sounds also stop at the release point and are not audible at the end. Okay, so with that in mind, let's go straight into a speaking practice. Repeat after me. 짐, 짐. 감, 감. 돈, 돈. 손, 손. 팔, 팔. 굴, 굴. That was great. Well done. Now, in Korean, there are three nasal consonants, which are 미음, 니은, and 이응. But we'll also consider the consonant 리을, as 리을 plays an important role in the effects of nasalization. Now, nasalization is when these consonants cause other consonant sounds to change, or when the sound of these consonants themselves change. And the effect of nasalization occurs when certain 받침 is followed by a syllable that begins with a certain consonant. So it could be a nasal consonant 받침 followed by a certain consonant, or it could be a nasal consonant 받침 followed by another nasal consonant, or it could be a certain consonant followed by a nasal consonant. So let's take a look at some example words where nasalization occurs. Think about how I read these words differently to how they are spelt. 한국, 한국, 국민, 국민, 압력, 압력, 입니다, 입니다, 신라, 신라. So in the first word, 니은 and 기역 are used in sequence. And regardless of the order these consonants appear in, the 받침 in the first syllable changes to an 이응 sound. So this is read 한국, 한국, and this word is read 국내, 국내. In the second example, when we have 기역 followed by a 미음 consonant, 기역 받침 in the first syllable is also read as an 이응 sound. So this is 국민, 국민. In the third and fourth examples, the 비읍 받침 changes to a 미음 sound because of the 니은 and 리을 in the following syllables. And in the third example, the 리을 itself changes to a 니은 sound. So they are 압력, 압력, and 입니다, 입니다. And in the last example, the 니은 받침 changes to a 리을 sound because of the 리을 in the following syllable. So this is 신라, 신라. Now these are some of the ways in which nasalization occurs, and there are also many other patterns where we see the effects of nasalization. However, rather than going through each combination at this stage, as we do the reading practice later, we'll go through some of the more common consonant patterns when nasalization occurs. Okay, so let's now do a speaking practice of these words when nasalization takes place. Repeat after me. 한국, 한국. 국민, 국민. 압력, 압력. 입니다, 입니다. 신라, 신라. Excellent job. Well done. In this final practice, we're going to do one independent practice of what we learned today. Now, this is an independent practice, so as always, have a go at reading the words by yourself first, and then listen to me afterwards. If you're ready, let's start the practice.
him, him. 손, 손. 돌, 돌. 한국, 한국. 막내, 막내. 압력, 압력. 진로, 진로. 입니다, 입니다.
Fantastic effort today. Well done. Okay, so today we looked at how we read 미음, 니은, and 리을 as 받침, and we also learned about the effects of nasalization. In the next lesson, we're going to review what we learned over the last 2 lessons on reading CVC combinations. So I'll see you soon again in the next lesson. Bye-bye. Hi there, and welcome to the second review lesson on reading CVC combinations. Today we're going to review what we learned on reading 이응 and 히읗 as 받침, and also on reading 미음, 니은, and 리을 as 받침, and the effects of nasalization. Let's begin. 2 lessons ago, we learned to read 이응 as an NG sound in English. And we also learned that when 이응 follows a 받침 other than a 이응 or 히읗, the 받침 sound carries over to the following syllable. So let's first do a listen and repeat practice of using 이응 in these ways. 학생, 학생. 여행, 여행. 안양, 안양. 닫아요, 닫아요. That was great. Well done. Next, we learned that 히읗 받침 is silent when the following syllable begins with an 이응, and when 히읗 either comes before or after 기역, 디귿, 비읍, or 치읓. The two consonants combine to form aspirated sounds 키읔, 티읕, 피읍, and 히읗. So let's first do a listening repeat practice of using 히읗 in these ways. 좋아요, 좋아요. 놓고, 놓고. 쌓지마, 쌓지마. 잡히다, 잡히다. 극한, 극한. That was excellent. Well done. Let's now do an independent practice. And as always, you're going to read the words first and then listen to me afterwards. If you're ready, let's begin.
공주, 공주. 행복, 행복. 입안, 입안. 작은, 작은. 놓아요, 놓아요. 좋다, 좋다. 좋지, 좋지. 익히다, 익히다. 입히다, 입히다.
Fantastic job. Well done. In the previous lesson, we learned to read 미음, 니은, and 리을 as 받침, and we learned that they are read in a similar way to the English consonants they resemble, which are M, N, and L. So let's first do a listening repeat practice of reading 미음, 니은, and 리을 받침. 감, 감. 잠, 잠. 돈, 돈. 팔, 팔. 굴, 굴. That was great. Well done. Next, we learned that consonant combinations that involve 미음, 니은, 리을, and 이응 can lead to nasalization, which changes how certain consonants are read. So let's first do a listen and repeat practice of words when nasalization occurs. 안경, 안경. 악마, 악마. 입력, 입력. 씁니다, 씁니다. 진로, 진로. That was great. Well done. Let's now do an independent practice of reading 미음, 니은, and 리을 받침 and words when nasalization occurs. As always, you go first and then listen to me afterwards. Let's begin.
him, him. 산, 산. 돌, 돌. 한국, 한국. 국민, 국민. 압력, 압력. 입니다, 입니다. 신라, 신라.
Fantastic job. Well done. Okay, so in this final practice, we're going to do one long practice of everything we learned over the last 2 lessons. This is an independent practice, so as always, you're going to read the words by yourself first and then listen to me afterwards. If you're ready, let's begin.
행복, 행복. 안양, 안양. 좋아요, 좋아요. 놓고, 놓고. 쌓지마, 쌓지마. 극한, 극한. 힘, 힘. 산, 산. 팔, 팔. 국민, 국민. 입력, 입력. 신라, 신라. 씁니다, 씁니다.
That was a long practice. Amazing job. Well done. In this review lesson, we reviewed everything we learned on reading 이응, 히읗, 미음, 니은, and 리을 받침, and aspects of connected speech and nasalization. In the next lesson, we're going to start learning more about 겹받침, which are double consonant 받침 made up of 2 different consonants. So I'll see you soon again in the next lesson. Bye-bye. Hello and welcome to the first lesson on reading 겹받침 in Korean. Now in Korean there are a total of 11 겹받침. And as we mentioned in an earlier lesson, when we read 겹받침, we only read one of the consonants and the other is silent. And of the 11 겹받침, we read the first consonant in 8 of them, and in 3 겹받침, we read the second consonant. And in this lesson, we'll practice reading 겹받침 where we read the first consonant. Now, before we start practice reading 겹받침, it's important to note that not all 겹받침 are commonly used in Korean. Of these 8 겹받침 for which we read the first consonant, only 2 are quite common, and the rest are not common at all. And some of them, especially 리을, 시옷 겹받침, is only used with words that are not common. So seeing some of these 겹받침 in Korean is extremely rare. So while it's important to have some awareness of what 겹받침 is and how it's read, it's not hugely important to memorize how each 겹받침 is read because many of them are only used with few words. So you can just learn them as you develop your vocabulary knowledge. However, let's take a look at some example words that use 겹받침 and learn about some important rules to follow when reading words that use 겹받침. Now, as I read each of these words, listen carefully to how the 겹받침 is read and also think about aspects of connected speech, how the 받침 sound can assimilate to the following syllable. 넉, 넉, 갑, 갑, 앉아요, 앉아요, 많다, 많다, 앉히다, 앉히다, 없다, 없다. Okay, so let's consider some important points to remember when reading these 겹받침. First, if the 겹받침 is used in the final syllable in a word, the first consonant is pronounced as an unreleased sound. So at the point of release, the sound production stops. So it's 넉, 넉, 갑, 갑. And that's the most important feature. However, there are also 3 additional features of reading 겹받침 in relation to connected speech. First, if the syllable after the 겹받침 begins with an 이응 consonant, then the second consonant in the 겹받침 carries over. So this is pronounced 앉아요, 앉아요. Second, in the fourth and fifth examples, we form aspirated sounds because the second consonant in the 겹받침 combines with the consonant in the following syllable. So these words are read 많다, 많다, 앉히다, 앉히다. Lastly, in combinations where the second consonant in the 겹받침 doesn't assimilate with a consonant in the following syllable, such as in this last example, the consonant in the following syllable is read as a tense consonant if it has a tense consonant pairing. So this is read 없다, 없다. So these are the key features of 겹받침 we need to be aware of when reading 겹받침. Okay, so with that in mind, let's now do a speaking practice of the words we have seen in this lesson. Repeat after me. knock, knock. 갑, 갑. 앉아요, 앉아요. 많다, 많다. 싫지, 싫지. 앉히다, 앉히다. 없다, 없다. 넓구나, 넓구나. Fantastic job, well done. Okay, so in this final practice, we're going to do one independent practice of reading words that use 겹받침, where the first consonant is pronounced. This is an independent practice, so as always, you go first and then listen to me afterwards. If you're ready, let's begin.
목, 목. 앉히다, 앉히다. 얹다, 얹다. 없어요, 없어요. 넓어요, 넓어요. 골, 골. 훑어보다, 훑어보다. 끊다, 끊다. 끓고 있다, 끓고 있다. 싫어요, 싫어요.
Great effort today, well done. Okay, so in this lesson, we learned about a 겹받침, where we read the first consonant and the second consonant is silent. We also learned about some important pronunciation rules related to connected speech. In the next lesson, we're going to learn about the three 겹받침, where we read the second consonant. So I'll see you soon in that lesson. Bye-bye. Hi everyone, so in this lesson we're going to learn three 겹받침 where we read the second consonant and the first is silent. Let's begin. Okay, so there are three 겹받침 where we read the second consonant and the first is silent. And of these three 겹받침, the most common is the 리을 and 기역 겹받침. This 겹받침 is used in many different words and they're also used in many common words in Korean. The 리을 and 미음 겹받침 is also quite common and is also used in some common words in Korean. The last 겹받침, 리을 피읍, is extremely rare and is only used in two words, which themselves are actually very rare. So you may never actually have to read this 겹받침 in the future. Okay, so let's take a look at some example words that use these 겹받침 and listen carefully to how I read the 겹받침 in these words. 닭, 닭. 긁어요, 긁어요. 밝히다, 밝히다. 젊다, 젊다. 굶어요, 굶어요. 읊다, 읍다. Okay, first, if the 겹받침 is the final consonant in a word, as in this first example, or if the 겹받침 cannot assimilate to the following syllable, as in these two examples, then we read the second consonant in the 겹받침 as unreleased sounds, and the consonant in the following syllable can be read as a tense consonant if it has a tense consonant pairing. So they are 닭, 닭, 젊다, 젊다, 읍다, 읍다. However, in these three words, the syllable after the 겹받침 begins with either 이응 or 히읗 consonant. And when this happens, we read the first consonant in the 겹받침, and the second consonant carries over to the following syllable. So this is 긁어요, 긁어요, and this is 밝히다, 밝히다. So here, 기역 combines with a 히읗 to form the aspirated kiuk sound. And lastly, this word is 굶어요, 굶어요. Now, there are, however, certain exceptions, because if we had a phrase like this, which combines the noun 닭, meaning chicken, and the particle 을, we should follow the rule and read the 리을 in 겹받침, and the 기역 should carry over to the following syllable. So this should be read 달글, 달글. However, this is more often read as 닭을, 닭을. So 기역 carries over and we don't pronounce the first consonant 리을. Additionally, in these words, many people will actually read the first consonant rather than the second consonant. So these words are often read as 밝다, 밝다, and 읽다, 읽다, rather than 박다 and 읽다. So do keep in mind of these exceptions as you continue to learn Korean in the future. Okay, so I think that's enough explanation for 3 겹받침. Let's now do a speaking practice of the words we have seen in this lesson. 닭, 닭. 긁어요, 긁어요. 밝히다, 밝히다. 젊다, 젊다. 굶어요, 굶어요. 읍다, 읍다. Excellent job, well done. Okay, so in this final practice, we're going to do one independent practice of reading 3 겹받침, where we read the second consonant and the first is silent. Think about what we learned in today's lesson, and this is an independent practice, so as always, you go first and then listen to me afterwards. Let's begin.
까닭, 까닭. 박다, 박다. 늙은, 늙은. 맑히다, 맑히다. 굶다, 굶다. 닮았다, 닮았다. 삶아요, 삶아요. 읊어, 읊어.
Fantastic job today. Well done. Okay, so in today's lesson, we learned about 3 겹받침, where we read the second consonant and the first is silent. And we also learned some important rules regarding connected speech. The next lesson is a review lesson, and we're going to review the 11 겹받침 we learned about over the last 2 lessons. So I'll see you soon again in that review lesson. Bye-bye. Hi there, and welcome to the review lesson on reading 겹받침. In this lesson, we're going to review everything we learned about 겹받침 in the 2 previous lessons. Let's begin. 2 lessons ago, we learned that there are 11 겹받침 in Korean. And for 8 of them, we read the first consonant and the second is silent. However, there are three very important rules related to connected speech. First, if the syllable after the 겹받침 begins with an 이응 consonant, then we read the first consonant in the 겹받침 and the second consonant carries over. Second, if there is a combination of a 히읗 and one of these four consonants, then we form aspirated consonant sounds. Lastly, in combinations where the second consonant in the 겹받침 doesn't assimilate with the following syllable, then the consonant in the following syllable is read as a tense consonant if the consonant has a tense consonant pairing. Okay, so with that being said, let's first do a listen and repeat practice of words that use these 겹받침. Repeat after me. 목, 목. 앉히다, 앉히다. 얹다, 얹다. 넓어요, 넓어요. 골, 골. 끈타, 끈타. 끓고 있다, 끓고 있다. 싫어요, 싫어요. That was great, well done. Let's now do an independent practice. And as always, you go first and then listen to me afterwards. So if you're ready, let's begin.
넉, 넉. 앉히다, 앉히다. 갑, 갑. 넓다, 넓다. 골, 골. 핥다, 핥다. 많다, 많다. 싫지, 싫지.
Amazing job, well done. In the previous lesson, we learned about three 겹받침 where we read the second consonant and the first is silent. And as with the 겹받침 where we read the first consonant, there are three important rules to follow related to connected speech. First, if the following syllable begins with an 이응 consonant, then we read the first consonant in the 겹받침 and the second consonant carries over. Second, if we have a combination of 히읗 and one of these four consonants, then we form aspirated consonant sounds. Lastly, same as before, if the second consonant doesn't assimilate to the following syllable, then the consonant in the following syllable can be read as a tense consonant if it has a tense consonant pairing. Okay, so same as before, let's first do a listen and repeat practice of words that use these 겹받침. Repeat after me. 까닭, 까닭. 늙은, 늙은. 맑히다, 맑히다. 닮았다, 닮았다. 삶아요, 삶아요. 읊어, 읊어. That was great, well done. Let's now do an independent practice of words that use these 겹받침. As always, this is an independent practice, so try reading the words by yourself first and then listen to me afterwards. Let's begin.
닭, 닭. 긁어요, 긁어요. 밝히다, 밝히다. 젊다, 젊다. 굶어요, 굶어요. 읊어, 읊어.
Great effort. Well done. Okay, so in this final practice, we're going to do one long independent practice of reading words that use all 11 겹받침. And as this is an independent practice, so as always, you go first and then listen to me afterwards. If you're ready, let's begin.
넉, 넉. 앉히다, 앉히다. 얹다, 얹다. 넓어요, 넓어요. 많다, 많다. 핥다, 핥다. 닭, 닭. 밝히다, 밝히다. 닮았다, 닮았다. 읍다, 읍다.
Amazing job today. Well done. In this review lesson, we reviewed how to read 11 겹받침, where for 8 of them, we read the first consonant, and for 3 of them, we read the second consonant. And that's it for learning all the different letters in Hangul. But over the next few lessons, we're going to do some additional reading practice. And in those lessons, you can apply what you learned in this course so far, but we'll also give you some hints and tips on reading Hangul properly. So I'll see you soon in the reading lesson next. Bye-bye.
Hi there and welcome to the first reading practice lesson. In this lesson, we're going to practice reading words that don't use 받침, and we'll mainly focus on reading 2-syllable words. All the practices are independent practices, and as you do the reading practice, we'll also explain certain pronunciation features which we didn't go through in our previous lessons. Now, we're going to do 3 independent practices. First, we'll practice reading words using these 8 vowels, and then we'll add further 7 vowels in the next practice, and then lastly, we'll add the W-glide vowels into the practice. All the words consist of 2 syllables, and in this practice, we'll focus on these 8 vowels and these 14 consonants. And as we're doing an independent practice, you will read first, and then you can listen to me reading the words. Okay, so if you're ready, let's begin. 가구, 가구. 여자, 여자. 야구, 야구. 타조, 타조. 교수, 교수. 유자, 유자. That was excellent. Well done. In this practice, we're going to add further 7 vowels as well as the 5 tense consonants. So there are more consonants and vowels to think about in this practice. Okay, so if you're ready, let's start the practice. EU, EU. 세계, 세계. Now, as you can hear in this word, the vowel ye is pronounced more like e. So this is pronounced 세계, 세계. The vowels ye and ye often weaken and are pronounced as e when they're used with consonants other than iung. Try to read the following word. 폐암, 폐암. In this word, 폐 means lungs and am means cancer. And the vowel ye weakens, so it's pronounced like e. So this is 폐암, 폐암. So do keep in mind of the weakening of the vowels 예 when they're used with consonants other than 이응. Let's continue with the practice. 의자, 의자. 그네, 그네. 꼬리, 꼬리. 어깨, 어깨. 보리, 보리. 겨자, 겨자. 얘기, 얘기. 찌개, 찌개. Excellent job, well done. Okay, so in this practice, we're going to add the W glide vowels into the mix. So now we're going to practice reading every letter in Hangul. We're still going to practice reading 2 syllables, so without further ado, let's begin. 위치, 위치. 사과, 사과. 뿌리, 뿌리. 의사, 의사. 휴가, 휴가. 쉬다, 쉬다. Now, in general, W glide vowels tend to weaken when they're used with consonants other than 이응. So in natural fast speech, 쉬다 can often sound like 쉬다, 쉬다. And this weakening is often heard in other words like 귀엽다, which means to be cute. So in natural speech, this sounds like 귀엽다, 귀엽다. Here's another word. Try reading this by yourself. 치다, 치다. So in slow speech, we can enunciate the sound of the vowel clearly, but in natural speech, we often weakens to E. So it's 치다, 치다. Let's continue with the practice. 과외, 과외. 수화, 수화. In this word, the here sound is barely audible in natural fast speech. And this happens when here follows a syllable that doesn't end in 받침. Try reading the next word by yourself. 조회, 조회. So again, here is barely audible in natural speech. So do keep this in mind of here sound weakening when it follows vowels. Okay, so this is the last word in the practice. 취미, 취미. Excellent job, well done. Let's move on to the final practice. In this practice, we're going to practice reading words that have 2 or more syllables that don't use 받침. As you read each word, think about the different tips we have learned in today's lesson. Okay, so let's begin the practice. 규모, 규모. 기회, 기회. 파괴, 파괴. 찌다, 찌다. 계기, 계기. 코끼리, 코끼리. 소비자, 소비자. 아저씨, 아저씨. 위로하다, 위로하다. 따가워요, 따가워요. Excellent job today. Well done. Okay, so today we practice reading words without 받침, and we also learn some useful tips on certain pronunciation features. In the next lesson, we're going to practice reading words that use 받침. So I'll see you soon again in the next lesson. Bye-bye. Hello there and welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to practice reading words that use 받침. And as before, we'll mainly focus on reading two-syllable words. And similar to the previous lesson, as we practice reading the words, I will provide you with some hints and tips on how we read words with 받침. Okay, so let's begin. In this practice, we're going to do two independent practices. In the first practice, we will practice reading words that use 기역, 키읔, and 쌍기역, which are read as unreleased 기역 sounds, and 비읍 and 피읍, which are read as unreleased 피읍 sounds. In the second practice, we will practice reading words that use 6 받침, which are all read as unreleased 티귿 sounds. All the practices are independent practices, so as always, you go first and then listen to me reading the words after. Okay, so if you're ready, let's start. 각자, 각자. Now, one thing we mentioned regarding the 받침 is that if the 받침 sounds do not assimilate to the following syllable, the consonant in the following syllable may be read like a tense consonant if the consonant has a tense pairing. So in this word, 지읒 in 자 can sound like 자 in fast speech. So it's 각자, 각자. And you'll also notice this kind of pattern in other words too. Okay, so let's continue the practice. 적금, 적금. 십사, 십사. 복다, 복다. 앞치마, 앞치마. Okay, so that was great. Now we're going to read these 받침 when they're followed by the consonants 미음 or 니은. Let's first read these two words. 악마, 악마. 입니다, 입니다. So as we learned earlier, the first word is read 악마, 악마. And the second word is read 입니다, 입니다. And this is because of nasalization. If unreleased 기역 is followed by 미음 or 니은, it changes to an 이응 sound. And if unreleased 피읍 is followed by 미음 or 니은, then 피읍 changes to a 미음 sound. Let's continue reading words that follow these patterns. 작년, 작년. 줍는, 줍는. 박물관, 박물관. 업무, 업무. That was great, well done. Let's now read words where the 받침 is followed by syllables beginning with consonants 이응 or 히읗. If the following syllable begins with an 이응 or 히읗 consonant, then the 받침 sound carries over, or they can combine with a 히읗 consonant to form aspirated sounds. Okay, so let's begin. 악어, 악어. 잡아요, 잡아요. 찍히다, 찍히다. 위험하다, 위험하다. 입은, 입은 좁히다, 좁히다. 볶아요, 볶아요. Excellent job, well done. In this practice, we're going to practice reading these 6 consonants as 받침, and they are read as unreleased T-gut sounds. Okay, so let's begin. 찾다, 찾다. Now, same as unreleased 기역 and 피읍 받침, if the 받침 cannot assimilate with the following syllable, then the consonant in the following syllable is read as a tense consonant, if it has a tense consonant pairing. Let's continue the practice. 있지, 있지. 꽃집, 꽃집. 웃긴, 웃긴. 묻지마, 묻지마. That was great, well done. Let's now take a look at some words where these 받침 are followed by 미음 or 니은 consonant. Listen to how this 받침 sound changes. 빗물, 빗물. 있는, 있는. Now, as you heard, when 받침 that are read as unreleased T-gut sounds are followed by either 미음 or 니은, then the 받침 is read as a 니은 sound. Let's practice reading more words that follow this pattern. 웃는, 웃는. 꽃미남, 꽃미남. 있나요, 있나요. 끝마치다, 끝마치다. That was great, well done. Lastly, if these 받침 are followed by syllables beginning with consonants 이응 or 히읗, then the 받침 sound carries over, or they can combine with a 히읗 consonant to form aspirated sounds. Let's practice reading these words. 믿음, 믿음. 끝이다, 끝이다. Now, there are various exceptions to how certain sounds carry over, and one of them is when 티읕 받침 is followed by the syllable 이. In this pattern, the 티읕 받침 carries over and is pronounced as a 치읓 sound. So it's 끝이다, 끝이다. However, if the following syllable is 에, it will be read as 끝에, 끝에. So the 티읕 받침 carries over and is pronounced as a 티읕 sound. So this 치읓 sound can only happen when the following syllable is 이. So do keep that in mind. Let's practice one more word that has this pattern. Try reading the following example. So again, this is read 같이, 같이. So do keep in mind of the 티읕 받침 followed by the syllable 이 and the 티읕 받침 being pronounced as a 치읓 sound. Let's continue the practice. 맏형, 맏형. 찾아요, 찾아요. 마치다, 마치다. 섰어요, 섰어요. Excellent job, well done. In this final practice, we're going to practice reading words that have unreleased 기역, 피읍, or 티귿 sounds. This is an independent reading practice, so try reading the words by yourself first, and then listen to me to check if you read the words correctly. Okay, so let's begin the practice. 십사, 십사. 볶다, 치키다 악마 악마 줍는 줍는 잡아요 잡아요 찍히다 찍히다 꽃집 꽃집 웃긴 웃긴 빗물 빗물 있나요 있나요 찾아요 찾아요 마치다 마치다 Fantastic job today. Well done. Okay, so today we practiced reading words that use unreleased ki역, piub, and tigut sounds as 받침. And we practiced and learned more about the effects of nasalization. In the next lesson, we're going to practice reading words that use nasal consonants, as well as iung and hiët as 받침. See you soon again. Bye-bye. Hi there and welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to practice reading words that use iung and hiët as 받침, and we'll also practice reading nasal consonants as 받침. In this practice, we're going to do 3 independent practices. In the first practice, we will practice reading words that use iung and hiët as 받침. In the second practice, we will practice reading words that use mium, ni은, and 리을 as 받침. And in the third practice, there will be a special practice on words that use ni은 and 리을 as 받침. As with the other lessons, all the practices are independent practices, so try reading the words first and then listen to me afterwards. The first practice is on words that use iung and hiët as 받침. Let's begin. 당근, 당근. 인형, 인형. 나아요, 나아요. 빨갛다, 빨갛다. 붕어, 붕어. 뽀얗다, 뽀얗다. 감자탕, 감자탕. 그렇지만, 그렇지만. That was great. Well done. In this practice, we're going to practice reading words that use mium, ni은, and 리을 as 받침. Let's start the practice. 만족, 만족. 김밥, 김밥. 심사, 심사. 감히, 감히. Now, when we have mium, ni은, or 리을 받침, followed by a syllable beginning with a hiët consonant, then these consonants assimilate with the following syllable. So this is read as 감히, 감히. Read the next 2 words. 잘하다, 잘하다. 만화, 만화. So in these words, 리을 and 니은 받침 assimilate to the following syllable. Let's continue the practice. 온돌, 온돌. 만기, 만기. Now, this is something we learned in an earlier lesson, but if we have ni은 and 기역 combinations, then the ni은 받침 is pronounced as an 이응 sound. Try reading the next two words that follow this pattern. 단골, 단골. 정기, 정기. So in a ni은 and 기역 pattern, the ni은 is pronounced as an 이응 sound. Let's continue the practice. 겨울, 겨울. 진짜, 진짜. 멈추다, 멈추다. Great effort, well done. In this practice, we're going to practice words where there is a ni은 plus 리을 or 리을 plus 니은 combination. Try reading these two words. 신라, 신라. 말년, 말년. Now, we actually saw this word 신라 in an earlier lesson, and we learned that in 니은 plus 리을 pattern, 니은 받침 is read as a 리을 sound. However, as shown by this second example, in 리을 plus 니은 pattern, the 니은 changes to a 리을 sound. So these words are 신라, 신라, and 말년, 말년. Okay, so let's practice reading words that have these patterns. 칼날, 칼날. 1년, 1년. 실내, 실내. 줄넘기, 줄넘기. 인력, 인력. 혼란, 혼란. 분리, 분리. 만리장성, 만리장성. Great effort, well done. Okay, so in this practice, we're going to do one long practice of reading words that use 이응, 히읗, 미음, 니은, and 리을 받침. This is an independent practice, so you go first and then listen to me afterwards. 인형, 인형. 나요, 나요. 금융, 금융. 김밥, 김밥. 잘하다, 잘하다. 반하다, 반하다. 정기, 정기. 줄넘기, 줄넘기. 훈련, 훈련. 잔류, 잔류. 달림, 달림. Excellent job today, well done. Okay, so today we practice reading words that use 이응, 히읗, 미음, 니은, and 리을 as 받침. In the next lesson, we're going to practice reading words that use 겹받침, and then we'll round things off by practice reading Korean sentences. So I'll see you soon again in the next lesson. Bye-bye. Hi everyone, this is the final reading practice lesson, and we're going to practice reading words that use 겹받침, and then we'll round off the entire reading practice by reading Korean sentences. Let's begin with 겹받침. Now we're going to do 3 separate practices for reading 겹받침. The first is on reading 겹받침, where we read the first consonant, and the second is for 겹받침, where we read the second consonant. Then we'll do a final practice on reading words that use all the 겹받침. All the practices are independent practices, so let's start with the first practice of reading 겹받침, where we read the first consonant. 짧다, 짧다. 많지만, 많지만. 외골, 외골. 앉아요, 앉아요. 넉, 넉. 값이, 값이. 할다, 할다. 싫구나, 싫구나. 넓은, 넓은. 잃었어요, 잃었어요. That was great, well done. This time we're going to read the second consonant, but in connected speech, we read the first consonant and the second consonant carries over. Okay, let's begin. 삭, 삭. 읽어요, 읽어요. 삼, 삼. 젊다, 젊다. 골마요, 골마요. 물킴, 물킴. 읍, 읍. Great efforts, well done. Let's now do a combined practice of reading both types of 겹받침. 목, 목. 얹어요, 얹어요. 없다, 없다. 얇은, 얇은. 외골, 외골. 괜찮다, 괜찮다. 앓고, 앓고. 낡아요, 낡아요. 굶기, 굶기. 읍다, 읍다. Excellent job today, well done. I'm sure that wasn't easy, but you did really well. Do remember that it's always good to do extra practice, so do come back and try the practice again in the future, as repeat practice will help to develop greater familiarity with 겹받침. Okay, so let's now move on and do the final practice on reading sentences. Now, we're going to practice reading Korean sentences, and the sentences we're going to read will have English translations. However, as this is just a reading practice, we won't go into what each word in the sentence means. So please focus just on reading the sentences correctly. Now, this is an independent practice, so you go first and then listen to me afterwards. If you're ready, let's start. 고양이가 귀여워요. 고양이가 귀여워요. 저는 서울에 살아요. 저는 서울에 살아요. 내일 비가 올 거예요. 내일 비가 올 거예요. 저는 영화를 좋아해요. 저는 영화를 좋아해요. 민수는 학교에 갔어요. 민수는 학교에 갔어요. 저는 사업을 시작했어요. 저는 사업을 시작했어요. 미나는 매일 운동을 해요. 미나는 매일 운동을 해요. 수지는 책을 많이 읽어요. 수지는 책을 많이 읽어요. 저는 어제 영화를 봤어요. 저는 어제 영화를 봤어요. 한국에는 영어 학원이 많아요. 한국에는 영어 학원이 많아요. 저는 필통에 계산기가 없어요. 저는 필통에 계산기가 없어요. 저는 한국 드라마를 자주 봐요. 저는 한국 드라마를 자주 봐요. 저는 작년에 프랑스에 여행 갔어요. 저는 작년에 프랑스에 여행 갔어요. 저는 머리가 아파서 약을 먹었어요. 저는 머리가 아파서 약을 먹었어요. 숙제가 있는 학생은 도서관에 있어요. 숙제가 있는 학생은 도서관에 있어요. Excellent job today, well done. Hope you were able to read most of the sentences correctly. Okay, so today we practiced reading words that used 겹받침, and we completed the reading practice by practicing reading Korean sentences. Now that's it in terms of just focusing on learning to read Hangul, and we're now going to move on and start learning more about Korean sentences. So I'll see you soon again in the next lecture. Bye bye.